The trial, the juries are both present and will resume with the testimony. The defense may call its next witness.
Thank you. The defense calls Alan Andersen.
All right, is he here? All right, step forward, please, and stand behind the court reporter. Face the court clerk over here. Raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please stand. Would you tell us your full name and spell it out?
Brian A. Andersen, Jr., Andersen.
Mr. Andersen, are you related to Lyle and Eric Menendez?
Yes, ma'am, I'm your first cousin.
And can you look at our family tree up there and see if you can find yourself?
Brian and Pat, Alan and Tim.
So that's in the Charles and
Yes, Charles and May Andersen, yes.
And Brian is your father?
Brian is my father, which was Kitty's brother.
And Pat is your mother?
Yes.
So Kitty and Jose Menendez were your aunt and uncle, is that correct?
Correct.
How old are you?
31.
Is it accurate to say that you are 6 years older than Lyle and 9 years older than Eric?
I believe it's 6 and 8 years.
And did you have the occasion to be around the Menendez family over a period of time as Lyle and Eric were growing up?
Yes, I did.
And what is your earliest memory with regard to where you saw them? And if you want to identify them by the houses.
Well, the earliest that I remember was if we have a picture of the Hinsdale home.
We do. Your Honor, may I mark as 148 a chart of the Menendez family homes starting with Wexford Terrace, and is 149 a chart of the Menendez family homes starting with Pennington, New Jersey.
Yes.
Mr. Andersen, is it easier for you to refer to time frames by the houses they were in rather than by specific dates?
Yes, it is.
And when you remember them being in the Hinsdale house, would that have been approximately 1970 to 1972?
That was just after Eric was born.
And the family was together, I take it? Kitty and Jose and Lyle were all living in that house?
Yes.
Would you go over and visit there occasionally?
Yes, we would. We would just go over there as a family unit, my father, mother, brother, and myself, and we would socialize with Kitty and Jose and the boys, where the adults would socialize and the boys would play. The boys and myself, my brother.
Okay. And while you were visiting during that period of time, I take it Eric would have been less than 2 years old, is that correct?
Correct.
And showing you a picture, which I would now like to mark as 150. And Your Honor, I have enlargements, and on the back I have an envelope with the original photograph. They are attached, so may I use one number, or did you want sub-numbers?
They're all of the same
Yes,
thing?
the original small photograph is here, and the enlargement is on the front.
with the idea that the small would be the duplicate for the purpose of the juries?
Small could be duplicate, or it's just partly for authenticity, so they can see what the original photograph looks like.
Well, I don't see any need for it for that purpose at all, if that's the only purpose.
We can use the small one for the duplicate.
All right, then both will be marked as Exhibit 150.
Mr. Andersen, showing you a photograph which we've now marked as 150. I ask if you recognize that?
That's the Hinsdale home.
Okay. And would the Hinsdale home be the one shown in the photograph?
Oh, no, they had a circle sidewalk, as you see there, that I'm walking up into their home.
Okay. So the Hinsdale home would be on...
That's someone sitting on the front porch taking that picture.
Do you recognize the person in the front yard?
if I may. That looks like Lyle.
And do you know who lived in the house that is pictured?
The house that is pictured.
Were Terry and Carlos?
Terry and Carlos's home, I believe, is this one back over in here. Like there was across, it was the field divided, the subdivision, there was a center plot of land, and it was just beginning to be under development. It was mostly all prairie at the time. And then there was the street came in and then horseshoed around, so that it left a big open field in the center.
Okay. Now, during the time that they were living in the Hinsdale home, did anything unusual occur with regard to Eric leaving the home and going to his aunt's house?
Yes, it was quite unusual to myself because as the adults were preoccupied with themselves, both boys would be able to, and my brother and I made it up as they would be able to escape out of the home, and Eric would then cross the street, get in the field, and then my brother and I would realize where they were, and I would go over and have to run out of the field and chase Eric, and bring him back to the home. Because his purpose of doing was to go over to the girls, his cousins of Terry and Carlos.
To your knowledge, did this happen on a fairly frequent basis?
Oh, fairly, very frequently. It was almost a joke at how easily he could get out of the home.
Okay, and he was less than 2 at the time, is that correct?
He was walking, yes.
Now, when you would return him to the home, did his parents seem to be concerned about the fact that he was out
They would
crossing the
laugh.
street?
Okay, wait until she finishes the question before you answer. You can't get them both down at the same time, okay?
I'm sorry.
Okay. What was the reaction of Kitty and Jose Menendez with regard to their son crossing the street and going over into that field?
They would be jovial. More of a joke.
After the Menendez family left the Hinsdale home, did you see them again?
Not for some time.
Did you eventually go and spend several summers with them?
Yes, I did.
And do you know the dates of the summers you spent with them?
The dates, no, but I know the homes. I know the 3 different homes that I stayed in with them.
Okay. Can you find the homes on the chart? Assuming we have them all.
The Cedar Grove home that had a long driveway in it. I remember that home. I remember the Hinsdale home. I remember the Muncie home. I also remember the Princeton Junction home. Princeton Junction home, well, yeah, those are the 4 homes I remember.
And the Princeton Junction home they lived in from 1977 to 1978. Do you know if you were there in 77 or 78?
I was there in 77.
And was that your last visit?
Yes,
And in 1977, you would have been 16 years old?
correct.
And Lyle would have been about 9, and
9.
Eric would have been about 6?
Yes.
During the period of time that you were around Eric and Lyle Menendez, were you able to make certain observations in terms of their personality, what type of people they were?
In which regards, the 77 home, to which area of a home are we talking about?
Did it change over time?
Yes.
Okay. Let's do the well, you said you remember Cedar Grove. That would have been before Eric was born.
Right.
And Hinsdale, he was very small. So let's start with Muncie. Did you spend summers with him in the Muncie house?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I spent two separate summers in the Muncie home.
Okay. And during that period of time, can you describe for me just generally the personalities of the 2 boys?
The first,
Objection big as the time, can you specify?
Yes.
We're talking about the 2 summers in Muncie. Do you know specifically the years? Did one of the summers you spend partly in Muncie and partly in Princeton Junction?
well, Muncie would be 75 and 73, I believe. Yes, 73. And you got to excuse me, Your Honor. Dates are not very well with me. 75 was for sure, because I was in 8th grade at the time. And then I went after. 75, 77. 75, 77, because I helped them move to the Princeton Junction home.
Okay, so we know for sure 1975, we know for sure 1977, and you're saying possibly 1973?
No,
Or-
70, no, I had to get my bearings straight as far as where I
Okay.
was in school.
Okay. If we're looking at the period 1975 to 1977, were the boys pretty much the same during that period of time, or did they change?
With Lyle, things were somewhat the same. With Eric, though, I noticed a drastic difference.
Okay. And can you describe Lyle for me, since he was the same both times?
Lyle was like myself. I was a quite rebellious child. I just was inquisitive. I like to go investigate. I like to do things. Lyle at that time was not allowed to leave the yard. And I found that kind of strange that the neighborhood was off a busy street. The neighbors were all kind, especially the one friend that I befriended while there.
Okay.
Okay, wait for another question.
And with regard to Eric, now, did you see a change between 1975 and 1977?
He became much quieter, became more introverted.
During the times you lived in these various homes, and I'm going to direct your attention particularly to the Muncie, Princeton Junction times, which would be 75 and 77. Did you see or hear fights between Kitty and Jose?
I never saw.
Okay. Now, was this just once in a while, or was...
No, oh no, this was frequent. Most of the time it would be late at night or after we've gone to bed, where they would have woken me because of where my bedroom was and their bedroom was. Although the doors were closed, for the level of their voice, I could hear them. It would abruptly wake me up.
Okay, when you talk about the level of the voice,
Jose's voice was a lot louder than Kitty's. Kitty's would be in a defensive type tone to Jose's being more direct.
could you hear words or just loud noises?
Kitty was, in some cases I did hear, yes, conversations. Kitty was concerned as to...
Well, wait, let's not do that.
I'm sorry.
You could hear words. Could you
Yeah.
hear other things? Could you hear crying or throwing things or hitting people?
At times I did hear Kitty crying.
And did you ever see bruises on her?
Yes, I did.
And are there any occasions which you can remember in which you could identify those bruises as having happened during one of those fights?
Yes, I can, because the one morning after I heard that they woke me up, Kitty had a bruise on her bicep and also had a bruise up the upper collarbone at the base of her neck.
Did she have it when you went to bed that
No.
night? Were there some unusual rules with regard to the food that you were served at dinner?
Well, in which detail would you like me to go into with that?
Well, what happened if you didn't finish the food on your plate?
You got it for breakfast or lunch the next day?
And did that happen to Eric and Lyle as well?
Yes, it did.
Would you describe for me, and again we're focusing on the 75-77 period, if it's the same for both, would you describe for me what the atmosphere was at the dinner table?
It was very much of like a Jeopardy setting in regards to Jose drilling the kids with questions of the day and only of that day.
What do you mean questions of the day?
Well, it would be to where newspaper articles, such as certain encyclopedias, different events that happened throughout the day, and an answer was needed quickly. You had to have an answer. You had to have an answer.
Now
And I found that kind of strange because
Objection. Is there-
All right, you have answered the
Now,
question.
the last visit that you had there, Lyle was 9 and Eric was 6, is that
Correct.
correct? And were both of them expected to participate in this Jeopardy type of questioning?
more so Lyle than Eric.
And what would happen if you didn't know the answer?
The paper was on the coffee table, or encyclopedia was on the shelf, and you were instructed to please put your fork and knife down and go find the answer, or bring the paper to the table to receive where the answer was.
And did you participate sometimes in the questioning?
I tried to the best of my ability. I was not an avid reader, and I was unable to comprehend where this was coming from when I first started being subjected to this.
And if you didn't know the answer, was that okay?
No,
What happened if you didn't?
I was belittled. I was belittled by Jose.
And were the boys similarly belittled if they didn't know?
Lyle more than Eric.
When they had to put their knife and fork down and go look it up, would Jose make any comment about the time that it took for them to find the answers?
That was extremely very strange to myself. May I go into detail on that?
Well, just tell me about what you saw happen.
If they took more than what Jose knew it took for them to walk to the area, it was money to him. He made it seem like it was money lost to him.
Now, how did he make it seem like it was?
Objection, Your Honor. I move to strike the speculation.
No, it was considered.
Okay, you have to wait and just wait.
Mr. Anderson?
There's an objection there, and
I'm sorry.
they're actually not talking to you when they do that, they're talking to me.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
And also, again, if you could just have a pause after the question is asked so that, number one, it gives the lawyer a chance to object if they want to object, and it also gives the reporter a break so that the reporter can distinguish between the question and the answer, because she's taking down every word.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay.
All right, the objection is sustained, the answer is stricken.
Did you hear him make comments with regard to the importance of the time that was wasted in looking these things up?
He would directly look at the boys or myself and say, "You've lost $5 for me right now."
Now, where did the money figure come from? Did he explain?
It was because of the fact that he was trying to groom the boys of the corporate level, and money was time. Time was money.
And is that what he explained to the boys?
Yes.
Now, in addition to, was dinner a fun time in the house?
No, it was very tense. I did not enjoy digesting my food at the dinner table.
Were there,
Excuse me. I didn't.
I did not enjoy digesting my food at the dinner table.
were there other times when you observed Jose having conversations individually with one or the other of the brothers?
They would have a one-on-one session.
Okay, now what do you mean by, first, they? Who would have a one-on-one session?
It would be Jose with independently each one of the boys.
Okay. And can you describe to me what these one-on-one sessions were like?
Well, like after dinner, if answers weren't given properly, they would sit in chairs across from each other, and Jose would be leaning forward, staring correctly at the boys, and to receive their attention, it would be a look like this close.
Indicating approximately 4 inches, Your Honor?
4 or 5 inches.
Yes.
I mean, it would keep them from being able to wander and look at other things, but Jose talking with them. And I used to back away, and as I backed away, they used to come forward, and the boys would try to sit back in the chairs, and Jose would make them sit so they could confront and talk about what the wrong answers were.
So they would sit leaning forward in
Yes.
these chairs? You said the chairs were facing each other. How close were the chairs?
Their knees were 2 inches apart.
Now, is this something that was unusual or something that happened on a regular basis?
This happened only when there was a frequent misanswering of constant questions.
And would there be other times in which you would see one-on-one conversations between Jose and one of the brothers?
Only during discipline, or if they were going to go play tennis, what he expected of them during that practice.
Okay. And would that take place in the same type of physical setting that you've described?
Yes.
And how long would these talks last?
Anywhere from 5 minutes, as I've seen a few, as to half hour. Those are half hour long, half hour, sorry.
And how did the boys look during these sessions?
Extremely tense, unwilling to want to be where they're at.
Were you...
Objection, I move to strike the answer on speculation.
All right, the first portion of the answer, extremely tense, would remain, and the balance of the answer is stricken as a conclusion.
Thank you. Were you disciplined by Kitty and Jose during the time that you lived there?
Yes, I was.
And what type of discipline did you receive?
Verbal.
And what do you mean by that?
Either one of the two, Jose or Kitty, would raise their voice to a level of, or I would be like, yes, 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 I won't do that, I won't do that. And then I would be sent to my room and the door would be locked
Now, how long would you be left in your room?
for hours at a time, and at times I'd be left in there overnight.
Were you allowed to come out?
I would, when I had to go to the bathroom, I would knock at the door, and I would start off with a soft knock, and I got no response, so my knocks would get harder, and no one would respond. And
So what
as
did
a
you-
little boy, as a 12-year-old kid, I looked at the garbage can, I looked at the window, and there were times when I opened the window and I peed out the window.
Were the boys sent to their room for punishment
Yes,
also?
ma'am.
And were they similarly not allowed to come out?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you ever physically disciplined by either Kitty or Jose?
Never Kitty. Jose, I would not accept Jose's face-to-face talks, and I would back up from him. And he would grab me by the arm, which he had immense hands. And once she grabbed you, you did not try to pull away, because his strength was unbelievable. And he would just grab you, and it would just keep squeezing. As the more you pulled away, the tighter his grip got. And you could tell him you were getting hurt because you were not listening to him. He didn't care. So then you learned, eventually you learned, if he grabbed you because you backed away from him, that you just stand still, and then he would not get in your face, but he would accept the fact that he was within arm reach of me.
Would you have bruises afterwards?
Yes, I would have his immense handprint on my upper bicep.
And how often did that happen to you?
Only when he got into my face.
How often was that? Are we talking about once or twice or 10 times, or do you have a range?
I'd say between 6 and 10 times.
And did you ever see him grab the boys similarly?
When they did not want, yes, I did.
And when would that be?
When they did not want to go to their room, he would take them and would grab them by the biceps and would forcibly take them down the hall to put them in their room.
And what would their reaction be?
Oh, that they did not want. Their feet would be lifted off the floor. They did not want to be doing this because they wanted to spend time with me watching TV.
Were you ever disciplined with a belt?
I was threatened, but never. I personally was never touched, but Jose.
Objection, he's answered the question.
Okay.
Objection sustained.
Were the boys ever disciplined with a belt?
Yes.
And can you tell me how you know that?
Because I was, at that time, we were disciplined at sometimes together or separate instances, and I was either told in separate instances to stay in the front room to watch the TV. Kitty at that time would turn the TV up, or at times when I was in the same room, where our rooms were side by side, you could hear you can hear the belt, because I also received when I was a child.
And would you see bruises on the
Yes.
boys after that?
Yes, and they're above their thigh area for where a belt would be hit.
Would be the upper thigh area?
Upper
in the
thigh, lower
front?
buttocks area.
Is this something that happened once or more than once?
I would have to say 12 to 15 times.
And would you hear anything from them, or did the TV block?
I would
it
hear
out?
cries, and then I would hear Jose's voice level raise, and then I would hear silence.
What kind of sounds?
Silence, the boys just step, right?
Were the boys sent to their room as punishment also sometimes?
Yes, and also their doors were locked.
Now,
Their door, they both shared the same one.
when they were sent to their room, what was it, you go to your room for 10 minutes, or is it a set
Oh,
period
no.
of time?
Oh, no. There was never a short-term discipline as far as being locked in your room. There was always long-term, 1 hour minimum, day maximum.
And did you have occasion to help them clean their room one time?
Oh, yes. I'm a very meticulous person, so I would take it upon myself to try to educate that with them.
Did they share a room?
Yes, they did.
And was there a time when in cleaning the room you found something unusual?
I found a Tupperware container under the bed.
And what was in the Tupperware container?
Feces remnants.
When this let me go back to the belt. There was one other question on that. Would Jose do anything with his belt other than hitting people, which was intimidating?
Well, yes. When he came home, he would sit in his chair and have his paper, and Kitty would then come in and fill him with the day's events, or prior to that would have called him on the phone to prepare him for when he got home. He would just take his belt off and lay it on the couch, or at times he would, when you take a belt and you snap it to get your attention, and would lay it on the coffee table.
And did that have any particular significance or meaning to you?
Someone was going to be disciplined.
Would you know why?
At that point, no, because I would then try to filter back into the day what happened that Kitty may have gotten upset about.
The discipline that you received or that you saw the boys receive, was it for things that it was obvious you were going to get in trouble for that? Or were
Repeat the
they-
question, please.
Yeah. When you would either get disciplined or see the boys disciplined, would it be for behavior that you knew was going to really make somebody mad?
Well, no, I consider it normal childhood behavior, normal things that we would do.
Do you have children yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
How many?
2 girls.
Would Kitty try to intercede and protect the boys in situations like this?
Not all the time. It all depends on Jose's reaction to the crime, I guess, if you want to say it. It all depended on how he was going to, like towards Lyle, he was always more physical with Lyle than he was Eric. And Kitty would always be more for defense of Eric than he would, and she would always leave Lyle out in the wings to accept whatever would happen. And she would always be there for Eric.
And what about Kitty? Did she have a temper?
Oh, immensely, immensely. I'm sorry.
And did you have opportunities to observe her get mad?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. She had this.
Wait a second. How often did that happen? Would it be once a day, once a week, once a month, once a year?
Once a week for sure.
Okay. Now, was there anything unusual about her behavior when she got mad?
If I may, I could show you her parents that let me know she was about to fly off the handle. Is that she would.
Can you stand up and demonstrate?
She would be standing in an area, spacing on an area, and thinking about what, and all of a sudden she would just turn her fist up and
So you'd clench
and she would squint. Her lips would go straight. She had perfect teeth, so you can see her teeth would just come out. The veins in her neck would pop, and her fists would be and then clenched, where her knuckles would be white from clenching her fists. And at first, I didn't know what to accept of that, and then as I lived there, I realized what that was, what that appearance of her was about to happen with. What was about to happen?
What was about to happen?
On numerous occasions, and this happened every week in the Muncie home. She would, in the kitchen, would open a cupboard and start taking coffee cups, coffee saucers, breakfast bowls, these are glass items, and repeatedly throwing them in the sink and breaking glass in the sink. And at the end of that, then I would walk in, because I'd be in the other room around the corner watching TV or in the general area. It would get my attention immediately. I would run in the kitchen and go, "Kitty," which would snap her out of whatever she was into. There were times that also she would not snap out of it. She would just repeatedly keep doing this until either she was satisfied or that role of wherever she was emptied.
And when this happened, how did it make you feel? Was it a frightening
It
experience?
was very
or
frightening.
stunning,
Also, it made me very concerned. I just didn't know what to make of it. I tried to ask her what was the problem. She would not talk to me. She would just right away direct my attention to getting the broom and the dustpan and the vacuum cleaner, so the mess was cleaned up before Jose got home.
And what was the reaction of the boys to this behavior?
Normal.
What do you
This seemed
mean?
very normal, which they didn't get extremely excited, they were like I did, which I found to be very strange in my own way.
And would there be times when she would get angry rather than throwing the dishes, when she would get angry and express her anger directly to you or to either of the boys?
She would do that fist clenching, face tensioning thing, which whenever that would happen, I would jokingly look at Lyle and say, "Oh man, here we go. Something's going to happen now." Or what did you do? Or what, I'm trying to think, what did I do? And then she would just fill us verbally with what her problem was with us, as far as raising her voice and yelling at us.
And how long would it go on?
Until she had to say what she had to say, which could be anywhere from a minute to sometimes 5-10 minutes.
And was it frightening to watch?
Yes, extremely, because especially towards Eric, being as young as he was.
All right, let's take our break. It's about 6 minutes after the hour, and we'll resume at 1:30, ladies and gentlemen. Don't discuss this case with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about it, and we'll resume at 1:30. So, counsel had a matter or two that you wanted to deal with outside the jury's presence. If you want to have that done now, we can.
Thank you. I think the court wanted testimony for specific areas.
Yes.
Mr. Anderson, was there an incident while you were living in Muncie in which Lyle came to you and asked you to protect him from Jose?
Yes.
And was there a particular situation that you remember that had something to do with Kitty lying?
Yes,
Could you describe it for us?
Sure. I was in the garage, and I was down there smoking a cigarette at a very young age. I started smoking. Lyle then came in through the door from the basement, and was he looked sad. He was very puzzled. And he was wanting to know why, whenever we did anything as cousin to cousin, why the severity of the punishment was always more for them than for me when the crime was the same for all three of us. He was very confused. He wanted to know why. At that age myself, I couldn't give him an answer. I didn't know what made his father tick. I didn't know.
Okay, and did he ask you to do something on his behalf?
He asked me to please talk with his father. I told him at that time that I just couldn't. I said, we'll talk to Kitty.
Was there a situation in which something happened and Kitty lied about it and Lyle got the blame?
Well, we were in the backyard, and there was more than one instance that I can
Okay.
remember.
So there were a number of situations where she would lie about something that would have happened and Lyle got punished for something that wasn't his fault?
The things that I did that Lyle had no part of, maybe by standing there, or he wasn't even in the area, would be Kitty's telling Jose that he did it.
And then would Lyle get punished for that?
Yes. Oh, yes. And I would have nothing would be said to me at all.
That's it with that particular incident, Your Honor.
All right, did you wish to examine on those?
I have one other incident. I didn't know if you wanted me to do both of them or just,
Oh, I thought you had completed.
well, there were two areas you wanted offers of proof.
Okay,
You
go
want me
ahead
to
with
do
the
both?
other. Go ahead with the other, and then.
With regard to a description of Lyle's emotional condition, you had told me before that he was on the verge of breaking and talked about whether he had control over his emotions or what type of control he exerted. Do you remember that?
Lyle did the best he could to not.
Objection, this is speculation, Your Honor.
Well, it's not responsive. She just asked, do you remember something of that nature? You can
What
say
do you
yes
re-
or no.
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. What do you remember observing in that area with regard to that type of behavior?
When Lyle would talk to me in a cousin-to-cousin conversation, in his conversation, in his tone of voice, he would start out very calm and direct as to what he wanted to say, but as the conversation grew on, he would start weakening to the point of where he would start stuttering at times, wanting to cry. And when he would hold his eyes would water, but they would not, the tears would not go down his cheek. He would just, it would just wipe away. But then again, he would then gather his composure and continue then with the questioning as far as wanting me to help him, as far as talking with his father, that I, at that point, flat out refused.
And this idea that he was holding his emotions in check, was it just this one incident? Or
Oh, no, not at all. No, on separate occasions that when the discipline should have been equal amongst all three or just him and myself, it got more towards the boys, and I was sent to my room, door locked, and then you could hear the boys being punished in their room with either severity of me hearing them with the belt or his father yelling at them, and then you would hear that door slam, and then you know that Jose was done once the door was slammed.
Were
Okay,
there,
again, that has nothing to do with the question she was asking about referring to Lyle Menendez and his dealing with emotions or holding his emotions in. That's what she was asking.
so were there a number of incidents that you observed, without going into the incidents?
Whenever we talked, yes, whenever we talked.
On any one subject or others?
No, only about the way that there was no equality in the way we were disciplined.
How many times did you have such a conversation?
That I know of 4.
And each time his demeanor was the same?
Yes, he would start out very calm, direct, and then it would grow into him holding his back, his emotions.
Were there rules in that family about whether you were allowed to cry or not?
Emotion was something you did not show. It showed a sign of weakness. Jose made that very adamant, even to myself, because I am, and I'm an emotional guy. I don't know how big I am, I do have emotion. I'm not afraid to show that emotion. I had to go out in the backyard at times and just show my emotion to myself so that the kitty and Jose would not see this emotion.
Right, the question had to do with crying and whether there was any house rule regarding crying.
Yes, there was. Emotion was something you did not show.
Okay.
What about crying?
Was it specifically in reference to crying?
If you had to cry, you went to your room. You did not cry in front of Jose.
How was that spelled out?
You want to,
Someone say something about it?
Jose says, he says, if you cannot handle the conversation, you will go to your room until you're able to come back and deal with the situation.
All right, is that it?
That's it, Your Honor.
Okay, the people wish to inquire on those?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Anderson, regarding the time that you said that the crime didn't, or you were punished unequally, you as opposed to the defendants, what happened? What did you do, or what did you and the brothers do on that occasion?
And there was all kinds of occasions as far as mischievous kids.
What happened the time that you're referring to?
Well, the time that I went in the garage and just would take things down off the shelves that should not have been taken down and relocated when I did not put them back in the right area. When Jose went to find them, or Kitty went to find them, they were not there. They were in an area where they should not have been, which means the boys should not have been in that area to touch those things, which I am the one that touched them.
Did you, with respect to the time that you referred to, that Kitty told Jose that Lyle was involved, did Kitty see you do what you called this crime?
No.
Then, was she told somehow that Lyle was involved in that?
She assumed. Is the only thing I can suggest.
Okay, and you said that in response to counsel's question that she lied.
Yeah, she did lie because I know specifically one instant.
Is that what you were referring to? The time that you were smoking in the garage?
Not just that one occasion.
Well, with respect to what you testified to,
Correct.
you said that Kitty lied about something that led to Lyle Menendez being punished.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
When we cut the flowers off, I cut the flowers off.
You cut flowers off.
Yes.
And then, can you describe what happened there?
It was more of a temperamental thing towards Jose because of the fact that when him and I the night before had a stern discussion about how I was, my attitude and everything.
What was your attitude like?
Rebellious to his type of discipline, the way he would lock me in my room.
And why would you lock me in your room?
Okay, now we're getting off the subject. You asked him to describe something about flowers. What did you do, cut some flowers?
Yes, I cut the heads off all the flowers.
And there was some reaction to that?
Oh, yes, there was a very negative reaction to that. As far as on Kitty's part, in the beginning when she spotted out what happened.
Mr. Kuriyama.
Yes.
Do we have all our jurors here?
Do you remember giving a report, having an interview with the defense on April 26, 1992? Do you remember that?
You have to repeat the question, please.
Do you remember having an interview with defense attorney Jill Lansing and defense attorney Leslie Abramson on April 26, 1992 at Oak Lawn, Illinois?
In 92, yes, I do.
Okay, and do you remember telling those attorneys that one of the incidents that you recalled happening at the Menendez house was you described where they went out, you and the two brothers went out and cut all the flowers off all the plants?
They did not participate in that with me. They were there with me, but they did not participate in that.
Okay, and when you said that, what you meant that they were
They were there,
participating?
but they did not do the actual physical damage to the flowers.
Do you recall telling those counsels that you and the boys would do lots of things which could be considered malicious, and you take some of the responsibility for their activities, and you gave that example of you, the three of you, going out and cutting all these flowers off the plants as one of those things that you and the brothers did?
I said no, they did not. They were there, but they were physically did not do the flower cutting.
All right, Mr. Kuriyama, we're getting far afield. The only purpose of this hearing was to see if there was some foundation for the witness testifying about these events, and there seems to be. So at this point, there is sufficient for the witness to testify.
Very well, Your Honor.
All right, let's get our jurors in, please. Jury panel for each defendant is now in court, and we'll resume with the examination of the witness. Ms. Lansing.
Thank you.
Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
When we broke for lunch, you were talking about situations in which Kitty would get mad, and you demonstrated for us this balling up your fists and the veins on the neck standing out and the gritting the teeth and the squinting the eyes. Is that correct?
Correct.
And would that only happen if it was in response, if something was going on, or would it sometimes happen when nothing was going on and no one was around?
Yes, there were instances where, in myself coming in from outside to get a drink of water, walking through the hall in the house, she'd be sitting at the kitchen table or standing at the kitchen table, looking outside or affixed to something on the wall. And at the table, sitting down is when she most frequently would do that. She would be sitting thinking of something, I don't know what it was, but then she would always just get into that routine of hers that she was thinking of something. And there were instances where that happened where nothing negative happened to either one of us three.
It was just in response to something she was thinking about?
Thinking of, yes.
And would there be instances in which she would seem to be thinking about something so intently she wouldn't hear anybody, she wouldn't see anybody?
I tried talking.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
I at times did see her in those like mesmerized states where she was just affixed. I tried talking where I had to talk 2 or 3 times just to get her attention. There were times where I would make noise, but she would not move. Even when I was in the kitchen getting a glass of water, whatnot. It wouldn't disturb her.
Okay. You told us about this incident in which the dishes were thrown in, or the multiple times the dishes were thrown in the sink.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Did the boys seem to think this was something unusual or react like something very different was going on?
It surprised me, no. It didn't seem like it was, I don't know, like it was something normal to them, I guess. I mean, they didn't react like I did. They didn't, I got up, I went into the room, I tried to deal with the situation, and it was not that with them, no.
Okay. And just to backtrack a little bit, when you talked about the Tupperware container that you found under the bed, you said that you looked inside and there were feces inside. Did they appear to be human? Did they have a ferret?
Objection overruled.
I know of the fact they had a ferret, but while I was there, the ferret was not there.
Okay, so this is not ferret feces that you're looking at?
No, I'm not an expert on feces, but no, it was not animal feces, no.
Okay, thank you. Was there a time in which Lyle came to you and asked you to talk to his father for him with regard to discipline.
Correct, yes.
And can you tell me about that? Was it more than once?
Yes.
How often did this happen?
I know of 4 instances that he came to talk with me.
Okay. And what would he say?
Well, he was concerned as to, and also very confused as to why we were all disciplined, where I was sent to my room, I was yelled at and sent to my room, door locked, and how come they got hit? He didn't understand why I never got hit.
And did he ask you to do something for him?
He asked me to please talk to his father, for which I refused.
Why?
Just in Jose's demeanor, you went through Kitty, and then Kitty would talk to Jose.
Did you talk to Kitty on his behalf?
Yes, I did go to talk to Kitty to ask not to tell her that Lyle came to me, but just to talk with her as to why are things so different between myself and the 2 boys.
And they were substantially younger than you, I think.
Oh, yes.
And after you went to Kitty with these complaints of Lyle's, did things change?
No,
Do you know if she ever talked to Jose about it?
no.
When Lyle would be talking to you about these situations, would he be laughing? Would he be serious? What was his demeanor?
Oh, no, he'd come in with a very straight face, which led me to believe that he wanted to talk about something.
Okay.
He started out calm.
Objection. No question pending now.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Okay, started out calm. Did anything change in that?
His mood, I mean, he became somber as the questions came on, which then brought a waterness to his eyes.
And would he actually cry?
No, he would not break down. No, he would not bawl. No.
Were there rules in this family about whether you could cry or not?
Yes, you did not. You did not show emotion. You had to be a very strong man because the corporate man does not show emotion.
And the last time, I think you said you were visiting the boys were 6 and 9?
Yes.
And if you started to show emotion, what happened to you?
You were sent to your room.
And
You were
was,
taken out of the sight of Jose because Jose did not want to see that.
Was anything said?
Go to your room. And when you're able to come back and deal with the conversation, then you come back.
Did the boys have a choice as to whether they played particular sports, whether they went to practice or not?
Oh, that was it. It was tennis. Tennis, tennis, tennis.
And what if they didn't want to play
You made up the time
the next day?
the next day or that evening.
And would you go with the boys and the family when they went to play tennis?
And yes, at most occasions, yes.
And would they go regularly?
Yes.
When would they go?
When Jose got home from work, during the day with Kitty, on weekends, every weekend.
Directing your attention to the weekends, would they go to a public park, or where did they play?
Yes, it was a public park area. It was just a nice tennis court area, yes.
Okay, and what would be the schedule with regard to their playing?
It would be 2 hours on, a half hour, 45 minutes off, then back to 2 hours on, then a half hour to 45 minutes off, and then back to 2 hours on.
So they would play 6 hours of tennis,
They play a whole day.
and they would do it both days of the weekend?
Yes.
And somewhere along the line, was there a family picnic for lunch or something like that?
Not that I can recall.
Was food brought along?
Water, iced tea,
Did they eat
pops.
Did they eat during the day?
No, not that I remember, because I remember being hungry. And then they said that when things got done here, we leave, we go home and eat.
Did you, when the boys started playing, could they play with one hand, hold a racket with one hand?
When they were younger, I remember Jose bought Lyle a longer handled racket so he could use 2 hands.
Because he wasn't strong enough?
Because, correct, he wasn't strong enough.
And do you remember an incident in which Lyle got upset and threw his racket?
Oh, yes.
That
yes,
happen often?
Yes, yeah, for a while, yeah.
And what would cause him to do that?
Frustration, because of
Objection,
the,
calls for speculation.
Objection sustained, the answer is stricken.
Did you see a particular incident in which his father ends up putting the racket back in his hand?
after Lyle would throw a racket or have a tantrum because either he was missing serves repeatedly, he was not playing right because his father was not, as his father was playing, he'd be, as he was running around the court chasing the ball that Lyle was returning, he'd be telling Lyle how to stand, how to go approach the ball, how to hit the ball, and it got to be too much to where he would just stop and would just throw the racket down and not want to play.
And
He would then go across the net.
when you say he,
Jose would go across the net and pick up the racket and put it back in his hand.
how old was Lyle around when you saw these types of incidents?
Well, it was at the Muncie house. It was, what, he'd be 6, 7, like that?
He was 9 the last time you were there. So
77, he was 9, so,
So it was the earlier
Yes.
visit? And after he put the racket back in Lyle's hand, what would happen then?
Lyle was told to stand there, and Jose would go back across the net and resume as if nothing happened.
And did he serve the ball easily to him?
No. That I found very, very strange, that his father,
Objection, no question pending.
Objection sustained, the answer is stricken.
How would he serve to Lyle?
very fast, as if he was serving to an adult.
When this type of training would be going on, would Kitty ever interfere and say they've had enough, they're just little?
No, Kitty was working with Eric.
Was she doing the same thing?
No, not at a stringent level as Jose did with Lyle.
But Eric was also 3 years younger.
Correct.
Did you see an incident in which, as a result of the playing, Lyle had a shoulder injury?
Yes.
And can you tell me about that?
For the way his father served a ball,
Objection, this is non-responsive, Your Honor.
I think this is foundational, Your Honor.
Are you describing a shoulder injury?
correct, sir?
All right, the objection overruled.
For the way his father served a ball, if you're familiar with tennis, there's a lot of force on the upper shoulder area for return. And repeatedly serving the ball, such as his father would do, having the bucket of balls there, Lyle's shoulder started to swell to the point where it was noticeable.
Did Lyle complain about it?
Oh, yes.
Did he ask to keep
He didn't want to.
playing?
He didn't want to know. Jose then stepped aside, and Kitty, because having a softer serve, continued to serve.
And I think when we were talking about the incident in which he put the tennis racket back in Lyle's hand, you said he came over the net. Did he talk to him at all, or did he just put the racket in his hand, or what?
No, he would take the racket. He would grab Lyle's hand, and he would put the racket in his hand. I mean, he would put the racket in his hand to where you heard Lyle accepting the racket.
And when he would talk to Lyle and Eric when they were at these young ages, would he stand up? Would they sit down? What would be the physical posture, say on the tennis court?
On the physical posture, it would be like this, and in that particular area, he'd be bent over, hunched over with his hands on his knees, because he's looking down,
How far away would he be from their face?
just like if he was at the house,
Approximately 4 inches?
4 or
to
5 inches, just so, because that's just the way Jose was.
If Jose wanted to get your attention and nobody was paying attention to him, was there a certain form of behavior he would engage in?
Yes, he would create a ruck, yes.
Okay, what would he do?
He would make a noise such as opening a Tupperware container and throwing a Tupperware on the floor,
I'm sorry, opening
the Tupperware cabinet,
Okay.
and throwing it on the floor.
one Tupperware container?
Oh, no, he'd empty the whole shelf off.
Okay.
Or he would take the silverware drawer out and it would fall on the floor.
Would it fall, or?
No, it would be pulled out, and then it would be let go and it would go to the floor.
And would he,
And then now that I've got your attention, And then
That's
he would
what-
say his piece.
Did he have your attention?
Oh, yeah, of course.
And did he subsequently clean up these messes that he made? You described this sort of spacing out behavior, and were there ever any times when there was a connection between that and Kitty taking something?
Well, I assumed,
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you come upon a cabinet that you weren't supposed to go into?
correct, yes.
And what did you see in that cabinet?
Prescription drugs,
And would you ever see her take them?
yes.
And would her behavior change afterwards?
She would, yes, she would become more, I don't know, I guess how a person, if they were to do a lewd,
Objection, this is speculation.
What would her behavior be?
Objection sustained, the answer is stricken.
What would you see?
she becomes spaced out.
Were you given the responsibility of babysitting for the boys?
Yes,
And you'd be home alone with them
yes,
and responsible for them?
yes.
Were you allowed to answer the phone?
No.
Why?
Jose did not trust the way I would take a message if anybody important were to call. This is his court, this is his office, or any friend or anything.
And were you allowed to make calls?
No,
Was Kitty a good driver?
no.
What kind of a driver was she?
Extremely reckless and non-caring.
And was this with the boys in the car?
Yes.
And are we talking about just the last visit in '77, or are we talking about,
Oh, no, I
Earlier.
can go back to, if you could pull the chart forward. The Cedar Grove house. The Cedar Grove house, they had a Jaguar and an older Thunderbird, like a '66 Thunderbird. And the Jaguar was the car that she was very, because it was crazy.
and was there,
Objection, I call for speculation.
All right, the objection is sustained, the last answer is stricken.
was there an incident in which she took you out to drive in the Jaguar and something unusual happened? You can just say yes or no.
Yes,
And did she say something to you before you went for that ride?
come on, kids, let's go for, yes, I'm sorry, yes.
What did she say?
She would say, well, let's pile in the car and let's go for a joyride.
Now, Cedar Grove, as far as we know, is 69 to 70, so in,
It was just Belial myself.
okay. So when you, joyride is what you use, the term?
Yes.
And what did this joyride consist of?
As we would be driving, she would, I don't know what it would be, but she would affix on something where she would be, like, would get spaced out. And we would head right for that.
Like,
We would-
right for what, a car?
It could have been anything, could have been a tree, and there was certain instances, and where we were going around a windy road, and I don't know what was on her mind, but the road was bending like this, and instead of her keeping the format of the road, she just kept on going straight. That's why she got off into the loose gravel.
And what would you do during that time?
We would, Kitty!
And was there an incident in which the car spun out?
Yes.
And can you tell me about that?
Was going around a corner, the car did 2 360s
And which car was this?
in the Jaguar.
So that would have been Cedar Grove?
Yes.
And did any of you wear seatbelts?
No.
Lyle would have been less than 2 years old. Was he in any sort of car seat or restraint?
No, he was sitting on my lap.
Was competition encouraged between the boys?
Very much so.
And how would that be done?
In all facets, of course, in the sports, at the dinner table when we were doing the, like I described earlier, the Jeopardy type dinner that they would have, in question answering, in seeing who can get ready for bed the fastest, and be in the bed.
And what would happen to the loser?
Would be ridiculed.
Did Lyle seem to want to please his father in terms of the thoughts that he was expressing?
To answer the question, Lyle, yes, he did want to please his father.
And would there be something unusual that would happen when he would start a sentence? In terms of what happened with the content of it?
Yes.
What would happen?
Jose would get very upset that Lyle was not speaking properly.
Now, was that grammar or a stutter or
No,
what?
grammar.
Did he stutter sometimes?
Only when excited, extremely excited.
And did Eric stutter sometimes? Do you know? If you know?
That I can recall, I don't really know. No. Not that I can recall him getting real excited and stuttering to the point where I remember Lyle stuttering.
Now, in this competition that went on between the boys, they were 3 years apart. Did somebody usually win?
Most of the time, Lyle won.
When you were talking about Kitty's driving and seeming to look straight ahead at some embankment or something like that, and she went off the road, did you just brush over the gravel lightly, or what happened?
No, she ended up using the grass and the bush and the cliff area for what the one area was not in the Jaguar, it was in a different car.
Okay.
And
So Eric was along.
yes, Eric was here at that time. And she ended up using that Mother Nature as a buffer, like in bumper cars, if you were to use it as to get around something. She would just use that to get herself back on the right track.
Did she stop?
No, she would keep on going.
Could you tell when punishment was going to happen? Was it predictable?
Very much so. Yes.
And what things would trigger it?
When Jose walked in the door, his demeanor when he walked in the door.
But I mean, in terms of you getting punished, would it be in response to certain things you do? Did you know?
Overruled.
Did you know what you were doing, why you were getting punished?
I would then have to, well, yes. I would have to filter back in the day what the three of us or myself did, and then have to try to pick out certain instances within that day that I felt were negative and think that was the reason why. We would never ask because an answer was not given unless there was something that was so severe that they needed to talk with us about it.
Were the boys expected to have a high tolerance to pain?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
In sports, you did not back down when hurt. You continued playing.
Was there an incident in which Lyle was hit in the face with a rock?
Yes,
Who threw the rock?
I did.
How was it that you were throwing a rock at him?
It started out innocent, but then developed into a very competitive rock-throwing incident to where we were taking shelter behind things and actually trying to hurt each other, to the point where he went behind the doghouse and I faked a throw. He ducked, came back up to return a throw, then I repeated with the throw. It hit the doghouse roof, ricocheted off, and then hit him in the face.
And was he injured?
Oh yes, very much so.
What did he look like?
He looked like he got hit in the face with a board.
Was it,
His whole face just, where I hit him, it just instantly, it just puffed right up and closed his eye.
was there any bleeding?
There was slight bleeding to where the skin, when it swelled, where it was cracking. When you get the veins, it was, yes.
And did you take him inside?
Yes, yes.
And was Kitty there?
Oh, yes. She was in the kitchen.
What was her reaction?
She was in awe. She could not believe that I did that to him, that I would even think about hurting him.
And did she do something about treating the eye?
She wanted to slit a little slit to bring the blood out so the swelling would go down.
What was she going to slit it with?
Razor blade.
Did she?
No, I refused to get the razor blade. She asked me to get it, and Lyle was very, very adamant at that time and crying to not allow her to do that. And I would not allow her to do that. I was pleading with her not to do that.
When Jose came home, did he see this injury?
Oh, it was very noticeable, yes.
And what was his reaction?
Oh, he was-
First to you.
Oh, he was very, very upset. He threatened to send me home. As a matter of fact, he told me I was going home.
Okay. And did he do anything else to you?
I went to my room for the rest of the night with the door locked.
Were you fed?
This, that I remember because of what happened, no, and I don't remember being fed, of eating that night because of everything happening within the late afternoon that this happened.
And what was Jose's reaction to Lyle?
He was upset. Although the boy was injured, he was very adamant on discussing with Lyle why would he even think about throwing rocks in the backyard with someone of my size, and why would he even want to be involved with that kind of, just doing that kind of thing. That was not the thing that boys did.
Was it done gently, like he was
No,
concerned?
he was very, very forceful in his conversation.
Was he mad?
Oh, yes.
Was he yelling at him?
At the start, yes.
And what was Lyle doing?
Sitting there accepting what his father was giving him as far as verbal.
And do you remember which house this occurred in?
The Muncie house.
Do you remember anything about Lyle and his stuffed animals?
Yes.
What is that you remember?
He would take his anger out on him.
And how was that?
He'd rip them apart.
Would you see what would happen, or what caused it, or how would this happen?
It would just be, it would just be, it would just happen. He would 1 minute be there playing, and the next minute it just something angered him or something, and he would just take his anger out on the doll.
Did he seem to like his stuffed animals?
Yes, very much so.
Did he have a number of them?
For what I remember, yes.
And did he play with them?
When Jose was not home, or yes.
So it wasn't permitted when Jose was home?
Correct.
What was
Yes.
wrong with it?
Boys did not play with dolls.
I'd like to have you identify some pictures, if I could mark them down.
Yes.
In addition to spending summers at the Menendez homes, did you go on vacations with them?
As a family unit, yes.
Family, meaning your family?
My
their
family and their family.
I've shown these pictures to the district attorney already.
All right.
Your Honor, I have 4 photographs now. Can I mark them each individually as next in order?
Starting at 151.
I'm directing your attention to a photograph. Do you recognize the people in that photograph?
Yes.
Who's in it?
A young Lyle and my brother
And yourself?
and myself.
And do you know who was taking that picture, if you remember?
No, I could have, well, I could,
If you don't remember.
no, I don't remember.
Showing you another one, which I'm going to mark as 152. Does this appear to be the same trip?
Yes. This is Petrified Forest.
Let me get some clips. Showing you what I've marked as 153. Do you recognize this area?
Looks like the backyard of Muncie.
And do the boys look to be about the same age they were during any of your visits?
Yes,
Yes?
yes.
And 154, do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is the wooden deck off the back of the house in Muncie, and the backyard.
Now, this looks fairly dark and wooded. Was it when you were there?
Oh, yes, very much so.
Was it a dark house?
Yes.
Is there anything, is it the kind of house that made you feel comfortable, or was there something?
No.
While you were visiting the house in Muncie, did you watch Eric being taught how to ride a bicycle?
Yes.
$155, Your Honor?
Yes.
And 156, which is a smaller photograph.
Is 156 the same as 155?
No,
Okay.
they're two different photographs. Would you look at what we've now marked as 155 and 156, and tell me if you recognize that area?
That is the street that had the cul-de-sac at the end of their Muncie house.
Okay, and that's 155 and 156.
It was the same picture.
Is this the cul-de-sac?
Yes.
Now, when you were watching Eric ride a bicycle, do you know how old he was? Do you remember which trip it was?
It was the 77 trip.
So he would have been 6 years old?
Yes.
And did you go out and watch him being taught how to ride the bicycle?
Yes.
And would Kitty and Lyle go out also?
Yes.
And where would you sit?
The three of us would stand or sit on the grass in the front yard. And
did it take a number of lessons to teach Eric how to ride a bicycle?
Yes.
How many do you think?
Days.
What was the process by which he was taught to ride a bicycle?
Jose would not allow training wheels be put on the bike because that presented a sissiness within the boys if they were not able to ride a bike without.
Objections to speculation, Your Honor.
That is a fact.
Would he,
Objection sustained, the answer is stricken.
Thank you.
did Jose say anything about the appropriateness of training wheels?
Yes.
And what did he say?
He said the boys would look like sissies.
So Eric would not have training wheels.
Correct.
What would happen? How was he being taught?
Jose would be behind. It would be the street went down an incline towards the cul-de-sac. He would put Eric on the bike, run with him for a certain 10, 20 feet, and then let him go.
And what would Eric be doing?
Oh, he'd be in fear.
How would you know?
Oh, he'd be crying, not wanting to do it, and the bike would just be wobbling.
And
He would fall. The end result was that he fell. And then Jose would run back down, pick him up, plop him on the seat, and continue with the exercise of teaching him how to ride the bike.
And would he do this over and over
Over
again?
and over and over and over and over again.
And you and Kitty and Lyle were out there the whole time, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you go to him to help him out?
Kitty stopped me.
Did she go to him to help him out?
No.
Did she ever say anything to Jose about this?
No.
When is the last time you saw Kitty?
10 days before her murder.
And can you describe the condition that she was, what did she look like?
Like a puppet on a string.
Why do you say that?
She did not have any idea with what she was doing, saying.
That's speculation, Your Honor.
He's describing behavior, Your Honor.
All right, the objection is sustained, the answer is stricken.
What,
That's the question.
what things would you see her do?
Do we have some foundation as to where and when this event occurred?
I believe you said it was 10 days before their death.
That's
Is
right,
that
where and when?
Correct.
And where was this?
At my house
And where's your house?
in Illinois.
And why were they at your house in Illinois?
My youngest daughter was born, and Kitty was in the area with Eric at Kalamazoo, Michigan.
What
And
happens at Kalamazoo, Michigan? What was he there for?
tennis tournament. And my father wanted her to come see the child because she was coming that way to see him. And it was he wanted him to come see the child and myself.
And so was Kitty in your home?
Yes.
How long was she there?
The visit was very short. I'd say no more than an hour.
And what did you observe about her behavior during that time?
She had no frame of mind. She was just, you try to talk with her, and it would be like she was just seeing right through you. She was not paying attention to you. Her eyes were bloodshot. She was very pale. She was dressed in a very unusual way that I was used to seeing her dressed.
What was unusual about the way she was dressed? Or was it just that it was different than...
Different from what I was normally used to seeing her in. And
when you spoke to her, did she respond? Did she answer questions? Or?
my dad did most of the talking for her, which I found very strange.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Any examination on behalf of Eric Menendez? All right, further direct examination.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Anderson, do you know when Eric's birthday is?
No.
Okay. I take it, when you saw Eric and Lyle at the Hinsdale house, that wasn't during the summer that you were living with them?
No.
That's because you lived in Illinois close to Hinsdale, correct?
Correct.
Hinsdale is not very far from...
Let's not lead the witness, please.
Is Hinsdale close to Oak Lawn, where
Yes.
where Kitty and your father grew up?
Yes.
Okay. So would it be a situation where your family would go over and visit their family?
Yes.
And was it during these family gatherings that Eric would somehow leave the house by himself, go across the street and be in that field that you've described?
Yes.
If I might approach Your Honor, here's a photograph here on this side. This photograph that has Lyle on the sidewalk. Mm-hmm. Is this the field that Eric would wander into?
Yes.
And at that time, between 1970 and 1972, Eric would be somewhere between an infant and 2 years old.
He was walking. Yes.
Just barely walking?
Yeah, he was walking pretty well.
Okay. If I were to tell you that Eric was born on November 27th, 1970, okay, would that make sense with your memory of how old he might have been?
I am not good with birthdays, even with my own kids. I forget my own kids' birthdays, so...
Okay. But if he's born in November of 70, okay, between November of 70 and the end of 72, he's within 2 years.
Right.
Okay. Now, you said that when he would wander into this field, it would be you and someone else who would go looking for him?
My brother. My brother.
Now, you said some other relatives lived close by?
Yes.
And who was that?
Jose's sister Terry and Carlo. His Jose's sister Terry and her husband Carlos.
And to your knowledge and based on your acquaintance, did Terry and Carlos have daughters, little girls?
Yes.
And did those daughters live with them also in Hinsdale nearby?
Yes.
And was their house across that field.
Yes.
Now, apart from the tennis that you've described, were there other sports that Eric was involved in during the time that you spent with the family in Muncie?
Yes.
And what sports was Eric involved in?
Swimming. It wasn't exactly a competitive swimming type thing. It was
Why don't you
just,
move closer to the microphone?
Yeah.
it was not a competitive swimming thing. It was just something that extra than tennis that they did.
Okay, this was in addition to tennis?
Yes.
And was that true in 1975 as well as in 1977,
In
both trips?
75, it was swimming. In 77, it was tennis, swimming, and then soccer was at that point.
Okay, so in 1977, in the summer of 77, when Eric would have been about 6½, he was involved in tennis, swimming, and soccer.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes. As
And-
far, well, okay, but tennis was the primary.
Okay. And on these weekend outings that you've described, you said that Jose would be working with Lyle for this 6-hour period, and that Kitty would be working with Eric.
Mm-hmm.
Kitty played tennis also.
Yes.
Kitty was athletic.
Yes.
And would she be working with Eric for the same 6 hours?
On and off, yes.
And was Eric only allowed water and tea over the course of the day as well?
To the best of my memory, I never saw him eat anything, yes.
Now, I just wanted to clarify with respect to Eric at 4½, say in the summer of 1975. You said you noticed a change between what his personality was like at that age and what it was like when he's 6½, in the summer of 77.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall that? Would you describe for us what happened, what was different about his personality after 6?
After 6½?
No, when he's 6½.
Oh, between the 2 years, I did not.
Mm-hmm.
The first year, he seemed to be more outgoing. He was more willing to want to be with Lyle and myself, and just, he seemed to be a lot more easier going.
Okay.
When I came back in 77, extremely introverted, did not really want to be as much around.
Objection calls for speculation. Motion to strike.
All right, the objection sustained to the last portion of the answer. You may continue with another question.
He was introverted. Was he was quieter?
Yes.
Did he,
Objection leading also.
All right, objection sustained.
okay. Was he quieter or noisier?
Quieter.
Was he happier or sadder?
Sadder.
Did he participate more with you and Lyle or less?
Less.
Was he friendlier or
Your
unfriendlier?
Honor, I would object to this line of questioning. I mean, it was asked what you observed, rather than giving this multiple choice question.
All right, it still tends to be leading if you can ask it in a more open-ended way.
Were you struck when you first knew Eric as a baby, even in Hinsdale? What kind of disposition did he have as a baby? If you can remember.
Very careless.
Careless?
With himself. I mean, he just like a typical infant is what I took it as.
Well, I mean, how was he with respect to other people?
He liked his aunts and his uncles.
He seemed to like people.
Yes.
He was outgoing and friendly.
Yes.
Did he seem to have a happy or up kind of disposition or a reserved and quiet kind?
Back in Hinsdale, we talking?
Yeah, when he was a baby.
Uppity.
Up?
Yeah.
Okay. You don't mean uppity. You don't mean snobbish. You mean...
No, I mean up in his, he was just happy, yes.
Now, speeding ahead to the summer of 1977, did he still strike you as a happy child?
No.
Did Jose appear to give as much attention to Eric as he did to Lyle?
No.
In this competitiveness that you've described, this was Jose encouraging the boys to be competitive with each other?
Yes.
Did Kitty do the same thing?
Nowhere near as frequently as Jose, but
Did
yes.
she do it at all? Was any allowance made in this competition for the fact that Eric was 3 years younger than Lyle?
No.
With respect to Jose's setting up of competition?
No.
And I think you said that the loser in these competitions would be ridiculed.
Yes.
And I think you've also said that most of the time Eric was the loser.
Yes.
And how would he be ridiculed?
He would be talked to in such a manner to when you belittle somebody because they've done wrong or did not do up to the satisfaction of that person.
So he'd be belittled.
Yes.
Would he be called names?
Swearing names, no.
Any kind of names? Dummy, stupid, slowpoke, jerk, anything?
It was his mother would call him stupid.
And you've talked about episodes where you could hear what sounded like Eric and Lyle being strapped with a belt, correct?
Yes, yes.
And how old was Eric, or strike that, how young was Eric when you first heard that?
When he was with the 77 visit.
And was it during that visit that you saw the bruises that you've described on his upper thigh and buttocks?
Yes.
And this belt that Jose used, do you remember what it looked like?
It was a dress belt, yes.
A dress belt?
Yes.
Did it have a metal buckle?
Yes.
I want to talk to you about the bike riding incident that you've described, okay? Concerning Jose pushing Eric on. This was a two-wheeler, correct?
Correct.
And you said over the course of several days, the same activity was being repeated?
Yes.
And at the end of this, was Eric still falling off the bike in the cul-de-sac?
Yes.
And what did Jose do with the bike?
He got frustrated to the point where the bike was physically just thrown in the garage.
Was Eric allowed to play with the bike?
No.
So Jose took the bike and threw it in the garage?
Yes.
And when Eric was being pushed down this hill into the cul-de-sac, was he making any sounds?
At points he would scream yes.
At points he would do what?
He would scream.
Scream in fun? Scream in fear?
No, it was scream in fear.
And when you saw him fall off the bike, did you ever see him bleeding?
Yes.
Did you ever observe the scar that Eric has on his left elbow?
As of recent, no.
Did you observe that he got that scar hitting the ground in that cul-de-sac?
He got beat up pretty bad on numerous occasions.
But
and falling.
concerning the bike riding, do you recall a day when he gashed open his elbow in that cul-de-sac?
Yes.
And when he fell off the bike in these repeated efforts, was he ever taken for medical treatment?
No.
And Kitty did nothing and said nothing when this was happening? Was that what you said?
She would stop me from going down to assist.
And she didn't assist
No,
herself?
she did not assist herself.
Now, you said at some point that in some way Kitty would intercede when Jose was being tough on the boys?
Only Eric, yes.
And how would she intercede for Eric?
She would interfere by telling Jose not to be so mean with Eric.
And how would Jose react to her interference?
He would turn and look at Kitty in his way that he would go, Kitty.
So he would get angry at her?
Yes.
And now, was that more true during the period when Eric was in 75, when he was 4.5, than in 77 when he was 6.5?
It was more so in 77.
More in 77?
Yes.
Was Jose tougher on Eric in 77 than in 75?
Yes.
Did you ever say anything to Kitty about why she never interfered while Eric is getting hurt with this bike riding business?
Because Jose was taking care of the matter.
Is that what you said?
Yes.
I have nothing further on it.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Anderson? Menendez would take the defendants to the park to play tennis. You indicated that it would be about 6 hours each day?
Yes.
Is that correct? And was that every weekend?
Yes.
And when Mr. Menendez would come home from work, would he spend a lot of time with the defendants?
Yes.
Would he talk about, or would he tutor them at dinner?
Yes.
Ask them questions about what was going on in the world?
Yes.
You were saying something about Jeopardy questions?
Yes.
He would do that on a regular basis?
Every dinner, yes.
He wanted his sons to be well informed?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Rephrase the question, Judge.
Did it appear to you that he wanted his sons to be well informed?
Objection calls for conclusion.
Sustained.
These questioning sessions, were you involved in the questioning sessions?
Yes.
In fact, you indicated that Lyle Menendez could answer questions that you couldn't, correct?
Yes, he could.
And you were, what, about 10 years older?
No.
Or actually, 6 years older.
6 years older.
And about almost 10 years older than Eric
8
Menendez?
years older.
And Lyle Menendez would be able to answer questions that you couldn't answer?
Yes, at times.
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Menendez spent a lot of time with his sons?
Yes.
Did he appear to care about how his sons were growing up?
Objection, calls for speculation.
If you just use those wheels a little bit, move forward.
I'm trying to be relaxed.
The objection is overruled. Remember the question?
No, sorry, do not. Please repeat the question.
Did it appear that Mr. Menendez was concerned about how his sons were growing up?
In what respect?
Well, he spent a lot of time with them, discussing things with them. He spent a lot of time with their tennis. Be fair to say?
He spent a very lot of time with their tennis.
Okay. He spent a lot of time asking them questions about life in general, about especially at the dinner table.
The dinner, well, you have like I say yes, but the questions that were asked of the boys was a corporate level type questioning. It was nothing of like what you read in the comics or what, nothing of that matter. Never.
Would it be fair to say that he wanted his sons to be successful in business as he was?
That was the goal.
Now, you said that there was some competition that Mr. Menendez, Jose Menendez, fostered between the brothers. And you had indicated that he would have a competition between them brushing their teeth the fastest and getting into bed the fastest. Correct?
One more time.
You were talking about a competition that Mr. Menendez had the brothers compete.
Okay.
You had indicated, for example, he would tell them to go brush their teeth, and whoever can brush their teeth fastest would be the winner.
Correct.
And there was other motivating tools that he used for them to race into getting into bed first, correct?
Yes.
So he would kind of use these tools to get them to do things faster. Would that be fair to say?
Not
It's
faster.
competition?
It's competition.
Okay. And that would include getting to the dinner table. If he called the brothers to dinner, there'd be a competition to see who can get to the dinner table the fastest?
No.
Would that be fair to say?
No.
Now, Mr. Anderson, you indicated that you spent several summers with the Menendez family, is that correct?
Yes.
And you've indicated at least 2 times, one in 1975 and one in 1977 at the Muncie home, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, there were other times that you spent the summers with the Menendez family, is that
Yes.
right? Where and when were those other visits, these summer visits that you had?
The one summer visit was my first one in Cedar Grove.
Okay, let's take it one at a time. Cedar Grove, was that the first one?
As far as for now, are we looking at, you have to be more descriptive as far as what time frame and how long of a period was I staying at these homes?
Yes. First of all, you have to establish where you were, and then I'll ask you the question about how long you were there. So let's get back to the Cedar Grove, New Jersey house. What year was it that you went to that house to stay?
Eric was not born. It would have to be 70, 69, 70.
Okay, and was this in the summertime that you went to visit?
Yes.
How long did you stay on that occasion?
On that particular occasion, I ended up only staying there for about a month because I hurt myself badly.
You hurt yourself?
Yes.
How did you hurt yourself?
I sprained my neck jumping into the pool that was not filled all the way
Okay. And where was this at?
in the backyard.
Did you jump into the pool on the shallow end?
There was no shallow end. It was just up above the ground. The pool was all one depth.
Oops. Okay, so you spent a month on that occasion with the family. And what was the next time that you visited in the summer?
The next time that I revisited them for a length of time would be in 75 when I lived them at the Muncie house.
And how many months did you spend that summer?
The whole summer. The entire spread of the summer, 3.5, 4 months.
3.5 or 4 months. And then you were also a visitor in 1977?
Correct.
And how many months were you there?
Same.
3.5 to 4 months?
Correct, the whole summer.
Were there then 3 times that you visited the Menendez family at their home in the summer? Were those the only times?
In the summers, yes.
Okay.
Except but in 77 I assisted in them moving to Princeton Junction.
Okay. Now, you indicated that there were times when you got disciplined by Mr. Menendez.
Yes.
And there were times when you weren't sure why you were disciplined. Would that be fair to say?
On some occasions, yes.
There were times when it was clear why you got disciplined.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you had indicated in direct examination your opinions about the defendants during that period of time. Do you remember talking to the defense attorneys in this case on April 26, 1992 at Oak Lawn, Illinois? Jill Nansen and Leslie Abramson?
All right.
Your Honor, is the Honor first of all in order with the petition?
No, really, as far as the exhibits, those exhibits that are received in evidence will all be in the jury room, and you'll get them at one time. It's really too cumbersome to have them be distributed at this point. All right, let's take a recess then, since apparently the examination will be for quite a while yet. So don't discuss this case with anyone, don't form any final opinions about it, and we'll resume at 15 minutes after 3. That's 3:15. All right, everyone is present, and the witness is still on the witness stand. Mr. Kuriyama.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Anderson, I'm going to take you back to your first visit with the Menendez family in Cedar Grove for that 1-month period. Would you describe for the jurors what that visit was like for you?
At that time, it was a very carefree type of environment. From what I can remember of that incident, is nothing very strangely out of the ordinary.
In fact, you told the defense attorneys that...
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I don't think there's any impeachment
All right, why don't you just ask the question?
Okay. Did you indicate that it was a happy house with no pressure?
Still calling for hearsay.
Right, why don't you just ask the question, would he describe it in that way?
Okay. Would you describe that household, when you first made your visit to the Menendez household in Cedar Grove, the first time you went to stay in the summer, would you describe that as a happy house with no pressure?
No.
Did you describe it that way when you spoke to the defense attorneys in this case?
It wasn't exactly it wasn't exactly an extremely happy household. There was happy times.
Mr. Anderson, I said it was a happy house with no pressure, not an extremely happy house. Is that how you characterized it?
At that point, no, I don't remember any extreme pressure, no.
In fact, you had indicated that it was a happy house with no pressure.
No, there was some, but nothing extremely, no. Nothing that stands out in mind as far as extreme pressure, no.
Is there anything that stands out in your mind with respect to any kind of pressure whatsoever?
No.
Now, in 1975, you went to visit the Menendez home again for this 3.5 to 4 months, and then again in 1977, correct?
Yes.
There was something you liked about going to the Menendez house, I take it, for the summers?
Yes.
What was that?
Just getting away from my neighborhood where I lived and being with Lyle, mostly.
You had fun with the Menendez family?
I had fun with Lyle and Eric.
And you enjoyed your times with the Menendez family? Those 3 occasions that you've discussed?
And I enjoyed my times with my cousins.
Okay. In fact, in 1975, did you see any interaction between, you've already discussed the interaction between Jose Menendez and the brothers. Did you see any interaction between, first of all, Kitty Menendez and Eric Menendez?
No.
Did you see Eric Menendez ever hold on to his mother's legs?
Yes.
And did you further see Mrs. Menendez, Mrs. Kitty Menendez, pat her son on the head?
Yes.
So you saw some interaction with the family, correct?
The type of interaction that I know of was that the only time that I remember Eric running and hugging his mother's leg was in the fact that he was about to be disciplined. He just didn't willfully run up to his mother, as you say, and just to hug his leg, no.
His mother was protective of him the time that you saw her, is that correct?
In '75.
Now, you've indicated that there were times when you and the brothers were disciplined, correct?
Yes.
Would you describe the way that you conducted yourself during these visits?
In what manner, as far as when I was being disciplined?
Well, in order to get disciplined, did you misbehave?
Yes.
And you were a handful, would that be fair to say?
I was, yeah, you could say I was a handful.
And did you characterize yourself as being mischievous?
Yes.
And did you characterize the relationship you had with the brothers, that you and the boys would do lots of things which could be considered malicious?
Not malicious, mischievous.
Malicious. Did you characterize it that way?
Not, well, how do you define malicious? How do you want me to define malicious?
Perhaps, would it refresh your present recollection to take a look at the defense report, the interview that you gave on April 26, 1992?
If you wish.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
show you defense report dated April 26, 1992, the second page, and ask you to read the highlighted portion.
The orange highlighted?
Orange, yes.
Al was the first to admit...
Okay, just read it to yourself.
Oh. It says malicious there.
Yes, Mr. Anderson, does that refresh your present recollection, sir?
Yes.
Did you indicate to your defense counsel that you and the boys would do lots of things which could be considered malicious?
Yes.
And you gave one example of an incident where the three of you cut all the flowers off the plants.
Not the three of us, no, just myself.
Okay. Does this indicate that it was the three of you that did that? Is this an error? This is what
The
you just
three of
read.
us were in, the boys were with me and watched me do it.
Now, did Kitty Menendez get mad at you for cutting all the flowers off from all the plants at the house?
Kitty got mad at me for doing that.
Did you indicate to the defense attorneys that Kitty never got upset with you about that?
She never got upset about a lot of different things. She would at times blow a lot of things off, but for that particular incident, yes, she did get upset with me.
Okay, so as you've indicated, you were mischievous and malicious, correct? While you visited with the Menendez family, correct?
The word malicious is not considered, I was not always malicious, as the proof definition of the word malicious is. I was more so mischievous, and that was probably the word I should have used.
Okay. Now, you also indicated that you were a smoker during that period of time, correct?
Yes.
Did the Menendez parents know that you were smoking?
No.
They didn't. Was there any time that they ever found out that you were smoking?
There was one instance where we were down in the garage, Lyle and myself, and I had lit up a cigarette, and I heard Kitty coming, and I put that cigarette out. She smelled the smoke.
Obviously cigarette smoke?
Yes.
Now, how old were you?
Myself?
Yes.
I was 12.
12 years old. And did Kitty Menendez get a little upset that there had been...
She asked who was smoking.
Just let me ask the question,
I'm
please.
sorry.
Did Kitty Menendez ever become upset with you for smoking in the garage at that period of time?
She did not get upset with just myself. She got upset with the fact that she smelled the smoke. Wanted to know which one of us were smoking. Both Lyle and myself didn't confess at all.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Both Lyle and myself did not confess at all. We clammed up. We went out to talk to her about it.
So she didn't know which or both, whether both of you were smoking then?
Correct.
Now, you also related an incident where you and Lyle Menendez had a rock-throwing fight.
Right.
Correct?
Yes.
And it was a situation where you threw a rock and you injured Lyle Menendez in the face.
Yes.
Now, when Mr. Jose Menendez came home, he didn't slap you upside your head, did he?
No.
He sent you to your room.
First, he verbally gave me a very good verbal discipline before sending me to my room and then locking the door thereafter.
Okay, and you had indicated that you believed that you didn't get fed, is that right?
I'm not understanding your questioning as far as when that was.
After Mr. Menendez came home and saw that his son Lyle had been severely injured by a rock thrown by you in a rock fight, he
Yes.
reprimanded you, correct?
Yes.
He never physically harmed you in any way, did he?
Objection asked and answered.
He sent...
He said he yelled at me for what I did and sent me to my room and locked the door.
Okay. Now, on direct examination, you said that you believed that you were not fed. You were just simply locked in the room.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember telling the defense attorneys on April 26, 1992,
Page and section.
actually April 27th, 1992. It's the last page. The first full paragraph. Do you recall being interviewed on successive days in Oak Lawn, Illinois?
I don't see what you're talking about.
Right, regardless of that, that's not a legal objection. We'll point to the particular portion, Mr. Ferriello.
Yes, Your Honor. Did you indicate
Can we have a minute, Your Honor, to find what
Sure,
it's the last page? Yeah, you don't have that number. It's the last page of the 27th report. Counsel ready?
No. Okay, I'd like a page.
It's the first, yes. I don't have numbers on mine.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Anderson, do you recall stating to the defense attorneys that after this rock throwing incident where you hurt Lyle Menendez, that Jose got home and sent you to your room?
Yes.
And you had to stay there for 2 days and could only leave when you asked Kitty to go to the bathroom?
For that length of time, yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And
that was
that
a very
you-
severe punishment to him.
That you ate the meals that she brought to you in the room?
That
Correct?
first night, I did not have any meals.
Were you fed at any time during that
The
period?
second day, after the night went by and was into the morning of the next day, yes.
So you do remember that now?
Yes.
And you indicated that Jose said that he should send you home for starting to throw rocks,
Yes.
that it was dangerous.
That I hurt, no, not that I threw rocks, that I hurt Lyle, and that I would do something of that nature.
Did he in fact send you home early?
No.
He allowed you to stay with the family on, correct?
That was after a phone call was made to my father, which he insisted Kitty to make a phone call to my father.
And your father was notified of what you had done?
Objection, our call for hearsay.
Sustained.
There was a call made to your father?
To just tell him what I did, yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Anderson, you indicated that there was a difference between the discipline that you received as opposed to what Eric and Lyle Menendez received, correct?
Yes.
You weren't the son of Jose Menendez.
Correct.
Objection,
You-
argumentative.
Overruled.
Now, you did indicate, however, that you had been disciplined with a belt, correct?
No.
Ever?
No, I was threatened with it, but I was never hit with
Who were you
it.
threatened with the belt?
Why, Jose?
I believe in direct examination, you indicated that you had been in discipline. You had, a belt had been used against you, is that correct?
Right, that's misstating the evidence.
All right, are you asking that it was done by Mr. Menendez or by
No,
someone
no.
else?
Did somebody else use a belt in disciplining you?
No.
Now, your parents, according to this chart, are Brian and Pat Andersen, correct?
Yes.
Now, you indicated that you were frightened when Kitty Menendez was throwing these dishes in the sink, correct?
At first, yes, I was quite startled.
Now, in these incidents, she never physically harmed you, did she?
No.
Or her sons?
When throwing the dishes, are we talking about now?
Yeah, in the sink.
No, there was nobody. The kids were in the other room.
Okay, so when she got frustrated or mad, she would just throw these dishes.
Yes.
And you, in fact, it would usually be out of the presence of the brothers, is that correct?
We'd be in the other room watching TV.
Okay. So you weren't physically right there when it happened?
No, no. I'd have to come into the room to see it.
Now, what else is it that you liked so much about the Menendez home that you wanted to keep returning to visit with them during the summers?
The second year in '77, it's not that I wanted to go back, it's just that my father told me I was going there.
Your father told you were going there?
Yes. And also, I did like to be with Lyle.
Okay.
And there was another reason, because he had told me that I was going to Kitty and Jose's for the summer. And I was excited for the fact that I was going to be with Lyle. I always thought more of Lyle than I did of Eric.
He was much closer in age to you, is that correct?
Correct.
You were 6 years older than Lyle and about 9 years older than Eric, correct?
Correct.
Now, why is it that your father wanted you to go to the Menendez house?
Objection, cause for speculation.
Sustained.
Did your father ever tell you why he wanted you to go?
No.
Cause for discussion.
Overruled.
Had you been acting up at home so that he wanted you to go away for the summer?
Your Honor, objection, speculation, that his father never told him why he was sent back.
Objection sustained to the form of the question.
Okay. Mr. Anderson, do you know why your father wanted you to go to the Menendez house?
No.
1975? You have no idea?
No. He just asked me if it's something I wanted to do after I argued the fact, and I finally said, yeah, that sounds like a fun idea. Because he described things that I would be doing with the family.
And was that in 1975?
No, that was in '77.
77? In fact, isn't it true that Jose Menendez paid for tennis lessons for you as well as his own sons?
He wasn't just,
Form of the question, Your Honor, according to the...
Overruled.
Is that
You can answer the
correct?
question.
yes.
And did he pay for you to have lessons with a tennis professional named Roscoe Tanner?
Yes, but briefly. It was a very brief encounter. If I may say, it was less than an
There's
hour.
no question pending. Now, there were often times, as you have indicated, that Jose Menendez would want to speak to Lyle alone. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's fair to say? And in fact, if there was disciplining to be done, he would not do it in anyone else's presence. He would usually take Lyle to another room. Is that correct?
Yes.
He didn't want to embarrass Lyle in front of all these people, did he?
Objection, cause for speculation.
Sustained.
Now, you've indicated that when you went to Kitty Menendez, that, well, let me ask you this. If you ever had a problem with discipline from Jose Menendez in the form of going to your room, would you ever go to your Aunt Kitty and ask for help in that regard?
Yes.
And would she give you help?
No, because she told me no.
Didn't you tell the defense attorneys, page 4, second paragraph of the April 26, 1992 interview,
I'm going to object to that, Your Honor, because it's not impeachment.
What line?
Your Honor, it's the second paragraph, the second sentence.
Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did,
Overruled.
Mr. Anderson, isn't it true that you told the defense attorneys in this case that if you had problems with Jose, you would talk to Kitty about it and she would frequently be able to help you out?
His objection is vague as to time, which house he's talking about.
Overruled.
Is it-
Is that correct, Mr. Anderson?
At times, Kitty would help me, yes.
Now, during the period of time that you were there during these 3 summers, Mr. Anderson, you never saw any physical or any sexual abuse, did you?
Objections compound.
Rephrase the question.
Mr. Anderson, during the period of time that you were at these houses, you never saw any sexual abuse, did you?
We were not allowed in the room.
You saw no sexual abuse, is that correct?
If you don't want to consider the showers that they took together after they were playing tennis, I found kind of strange.
Did you see any evidence of sexual abuse yourself?
We were not allowed in the room.
Answer the question.
No.
In fact, you told the defense attorneys that you never saw anything like that. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Now, how would you describe the brothers in your later visits? That is, in 1975 and 1977.
And which brother?
Well, let's take Lyle Menendez first. How would you describe the way that he behaved?
He was a curious kid that just took my lead for a lot of cases, and he was not afraid to do things that I did.
And
As far as his personality is concerned, he, to me, looked the same, was acting the same between 75 and 77.
And how would you describe Eric Menendez during that period of time?
There was a radical difference in him. He, at 75, was more outgoing. He was a lot more caring, more thing to be around, more fun to be around. But in 77, I was shocked by such the introvert that he became. He would close me out. He would go off and play by himself.
Mr. Anderson?
Excuse me, Your Honor, the witness finished answering the question?
Yes, had you completed your answer?
No, I have not. You would try to talk with Eric, and he would not want to talk, like, how are things going? I haven't seen you in a while. How is your tennis? What's new type of thing. He did not want to talk. He was almost like a scared to talk to me.
Now, this is when he was, what, 5 years old?
No, this was in 77. He'd be 6.5 or so.
Did you describe the brothers a little differently in your interview with the defense attorneys on April 26, 1992?
I may have used different words, maybe, or something.
May I refresh your present recollection? May I approach, Your Honor? Page 4, the second to the last paragraph. 26.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this because it is a compound description.
All right, objection overruled. At this point, he's just
This
being
last one?
shown something to refresh his recollection.
Well, that's after the visit was established.
Mr. Anderson, does that refresh your present recollection as to what took place? Or how you characterize the brothers?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the question and begin calling for a compound answer.
Overruled.
Does that refresh your recollection, sir?
The initial,
Question is just, does it refresh your recollection?
yes.
It does. Did you tell the defense attorneys,
Your Honor, I'm going to object. May we approach?
Not at this time.
Mr. Anderson,
But
did
Your Honor,
you?
we can't make a record or prevent prejudicial information.
Not at this time. Objection
Mr.
is
Anderson?
overruled. You may ask the question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you tell the defense attorneys in describing the brothers that the brothers were...
Objection misstates the information in the report. Doesn't use the word brothers.
All right, counsel is correct. Why don't you
Your
rephrase the
Honor.
question?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to read this verbatim. Okay, Mr. Anderson?
I'm still objecting, Your Honor, that it's a joint description.
Well, first of all, you asked the witness, did it refresh his recollection? He said yes. So why don't we find out how it's been refreshed?
Did this passage that you've read refresh your recollection as to what you told the defense attorneys?
After time spending with the boys after being there in 77, not the initial contact.
Okay. After being with the brothers in 1977, you formed this opinion as reflected on page 4 of the report of April 6th. Is that correct?
That is what had developed by their personality as I lived in the house.
Okay. And did you describe the boys as being hyper, looking for attention, highly emotional, vindictive, angry, and destructive of property.
Yes.
And is that an accurate reflection of what the brothers were like?
Yes. In 77 when I came back to visit.
Thank you. Now, you've indicated that you were grounded at times and sent to your room, correct?
Yes.
And you were kept from actually interacting with the brothers on occasions?
Yes.
Is that correct? And that's because of misbehavior, is that fair to say?
On my part, yes.
Would Jose Menendez, in addition to spending time with his sons with regard to asking them questions about current events and with tennis, would he also be involved in other activities with the brothers?
No, not that I can recall. Not that I can really recall.
Mr. Anderson, do you recall when Mr. Menendez wanted to teach the brothers how to box, how to protect themselves?
Yes.
And he spent time working with the brothers, is that correct?
Well, it was quite frequent, yes.
Okay, and you saw this interaction?
Yes.
Mr. Anderson, you also indicated in direct examination that Kitty Menendez was a reckless driver?
Yes.
Drove kind of fast?
Oh, yes.
And you indicated that, or did you indicate that the brothers were not wearing seatbelts?
Yes.
Were there seatbelts in the car at that time?
Oh, yes.
What year was that car?
I don't know, 77, 75, when I went to visit in Hinsdale, when I went to visit the Cedar Grove house.
Was it, I think you referred to a Jaguar?
Mm-hmm.
Was that a brand new car?
No. Oh, no.
It was an older model.
Oh, no, that was an older model, yeah.
Did it have seatbelts in it?
No.
Okay. Mr. Anderson, isn't it true that you were disappointed when you weren't invited back after 1977 by the Menendez family to visit during the summer vacations?
You could say yes, I was disappointed.
In fact, you were unhappy about that, weren't you?
Not fully after after things were explained to me as to what was going on. They were in the process of moving, the boys were getting more involved in sports. There was no time for them to actually have any freedom for me to be there.
So, in fact, you were so upset about it that you wanted an explanation why you couldn't come back to the Menendez house and visit with them summers subsequent to 1977, correct?
Objection argument.
Overruled.
I don't remember, you have to ask me who's talking with me. I don't understand who's trying to, I don't understand who I'm talking to at this point. Is it with my father? Is it with, is it with Kitty? Is it with?
Let me direct your attention to your interview with the defense attorneys on April 27th, 1992. The second page. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson, I'm going to show you a report, an interview with yourself with the defense attorneys, Leslie Abramson and Jill Lansing. This occurred on April 27th, 1992 in Oak Lawn, correct? If you would read the highlighted portion.
Your objection is what?
My objection is that what's being shown to the witness is not impeachment.
Objection overruled. At this point, it's just being shown to the witness. You may look at it. Just read it to yourself.
Mr. Anderson, does that refresh your present recollection as to what occurred after your visits to the Menendez home in 1977?
I can remember sitting at the kitchen table with my father and talking about why I was going back. And that was his explanation for him talking with Kitty.
Does the report indicate that
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is a conclusion by the witness.
All right, you're asking for you're objecting to the answer as a conclusion?
Yes.
All right, the objection is sustained, the answer is stricken. Your next question, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Anderson, did you ever communicate to Kitty Menendez that you were unhappy about not being asked for the summer to spend the summer with the Menendez household?
On the phone,
You spoke to Kitty Menendez?
after my father called her.
Okay. And you indicated that you were unhappy that you weren't invited back?
Yes. It was a very brief conversation, I remember it.
I mean, so after these 3 times that you went for these summer vacations, you wanted to go back later.
I wanted to go back and be with my cousins.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
All right, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Anderson, you were asked if you had seen any sexual abuse while you were living in the house? Is that correct? Remember being asked that by the
Yes.
prosecution? And your answer was you were not allowed in the room. What did you mean by that?
As soon as Jose took either one of the boys into their room, the door was locked behind him. And Kitty made it very clear that she did not go down the hallway to listen or go near that door. So we were not allowed in or near the room.
And would Kitty walk in and out of that room?
No, Kitty was not even allowed in the room.
And you made some reference to you thought that the situation with showers was a little unusual.
I found it to be very unusual, being the age that Lyle was, he could shower himself. And Eric being the age that he was, I've seen him numerous times go into the bathroom and take baths or showers by himself. After tennis matches, we would come home. Jose and the 2 boys would go into the shower in their room,
In whose room?
in the parents' room.
Was this a family in which there was a lot of warmth displayed?
Oh, God, no,
Was there hugging?
no,
Were there pet names or gentle voices used?
no.
You were asked about the incident in which Kitty was throwing the dishes into the sink. And you described the clutching of the fists and, do you remember that? All the
Yes.
behavior that went with it? Was she a small woman or
No. Oh, no, she was very physically fit.
was she strong?
Yes, very strong.
You were asked about the punishment that you received. And you indicated you were never hit with a belt. You were sent to your room, is that correct?
Yes, I was verbally yelled at and then sent to my room with the door locked behind me.
Now, when you were verbally yelled at, were you told that your behavior was bad or that there was something wrong with you?
I was very much belittled to the fact that because of the neighborhood I came from was that'd be the cause for the fact of how I was.
Did you come from a very dangerous neighborhood?
Very rough neighborhood, yes. Very lower middle class. Well, the area that we lived in, but the area I hung around in was lower middle class, upper lower class.
And so they were condemning you because of your exposure to people who were lower middle class?
Oh, yes, very much so.
Excuse me. Among the punishments, were you ever sent to do projects as a form of punishment?
Yes.
And was there an incident in particular that stands out in your mind?
The pond in the backyard.
Now, what was the pond in the backyard? Can you describe it for me?
The pond was off to the side of the house, and it was a concrete pond, shallow pond, that was, the rocks were in the pond, the rocks throughout. They bought the house with the rocks in the pond, and never did anything with it. And he had sent me out there to remove all the rocks from the pond, which took me days to do.
If you'll stop a minute, let me show you a photograph. Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as next in order.
157.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Anderson, showing you what we've marked as 157, does that appear to be the pond you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay, so Jose sent you out there to take the rocks out of the pond?
Yes.
And
No, he didn't send me. He told me I was going out there to do that.
and how long did it take you to get all the rocks out of the pond?
It took me about 3 days.
After you got the rocks out of the pond, what did you do next?
I proceeded to scrub the pond and fill it with water.
And what happened after you filled it with water?
I was told to take the water out of the pond with a gallon bucket.
And how long did that take you?
It took me about 2 days to do all that
And why were you told to take the water out of the pond?
because Jose wanted to paint it.
After you took the water out of the pond, did he ever paint it?
No, he lost interest in the project.
The district attorney asked you if there was a difference between when you went to the Cedar Grove house and when you went to the Muncie house in 1977. Is there a difference in what that family was like? Is that a confusing question? May I rephrase it, Your Honor?
Sure.
You indicated that in 1975, I'm sorry, when you went to the Cedar Grove house, in which they lived in 1969 and 1970, that it was a happy home.
Yes, it very much appeared to be that way.
Okay. Was it different in 1977?
Very much. The atmosphere in the family was extremely tense.
Objection, he's asking a question.
All right, your next question.
The district attorney asked you about your use of the word malicious.
Yes, he did.
And in talking about malicious, you talked about cutting the flowers, the flowers off of the plants. Is that correct?
And leaving the stems, yes.
And is that your definition of malicious behavior?
No, should have been. I should have stated mischievous. I instead of saying malicious.
Was there anything about the eye injury that Lyle sustained that upset the parents with regard to his ability to play tennis?
Oh, they were very concerned that he would not be able to
Beyond the scope of the process, when asked you to direct.
Overall.
They were very concerned that Lyle would not be able to see correctly out of that eye, and would very much be detrimental to the fact that he would not be able to professionally play tennis, having that impairment. And that I just totally ruined his career as a tennis if his eye would not heal properly. And all the time and money that they spent grooming him in tennis was all for naught if his eye would not be correctly, if his vision was not correctly responded after it healed.
You were asked about Jose paying for tennis lessons for you. Was this an extended program, or how many tennis lessons did you take?
Not very many at all. The only reason why that it all happened was that they would not leave me home alone to go. They wanted me, because I was there, to be with my cousins. The main purpose of the trip was for me to go there to be with my cousins. And so in order for me to be with my cousins, which then he already had paid for this training for them, he paid for training for myself so that I could be, which then I never was with them when I got there. I was put in a general group.
Okay. Was there some difference in the lessons that were provided for the boys and the lessons that you received?
Oh, very much so. Like I stated earlier, I was put in a very general group, away from the boys.
And
And the
what-
boys had a private trainer.
And was your coach given any particular instructions in terms of how hard he should work with you?
Nah, it was, hey, he's here, just keep him busy, pretty much. Because I wasn't going to be there for the whole summer. So there was no sense in him getting into depth with me because it was going to be, I was just there. That was the main reason for it.
So would it be fair to say that they had a particular objective in mind with regard to the boys, but no purpose, no similar purpose?
No, they made it clear there was no purpose. I was just there because, number one, they didn't want to leave me home alone, me being a new person to the neighborhood and so on and so forth. And also that I could be with the boys, but and what it came out to be was I never was with the boys. I was in the same building as the boys, but never with the boys, never interacting with them.
Okay. And Mr. Kuriyama asked you if when you were punished it was because you misbehaved. Is that correct?
Yes.
And were these major acts of misbehavior, or would they sometimes be very minor things?
It could have been anything. Jose did not tolerate any mischievous acts at all.
You were asked about Jose spending time teaching the boys to box. Did he encourage the boys to fight with each other?
Yes, he did.
And did he encourage Lyle to fight with you?
Yes, he did.
And what was, you were significantly older.
I was significantly bigger also, yes. I had to go to my knees. I could not stand up. I had to be on my knees.
And Eric was significantly younger even than Lyle.
Yes.
What was this formalized boxing training, or was this fighting?
It was, we were given small pillows to clutch in our hands. And then that's what we would box with.
And would he watch you and give instructions to you as you were boxing?
Yes, he would tell us how to hit, where to hit, how hard to hit, and then we would take it from there.
Would he tell you to hit hard?
Yes, at times.
What was the purpose?
I would not. I would not. I would always hold back. It was one of the things that Jose just didn't like about me, is that I wouldn't compete to that level with them.
What was the purpose of this fighting? Were they gonna-
Self-defense.
Did they have to learn to be tough?
Yes. To accept pain.
I'm
To
sorry.
accept pain.
Accept pain. When you were asked about the reckless driving, you said there were no car seats. I'm sorry, no seat belts. Did Lyle have a car seat?
No,
Since
he was, well, we got, what instance, what are you talking?
We're talking about the Jaguar incident,
No, he was on my lap.
and this is in Cedar Grove.
Yes,
And this is when he's about 2 years old.
yes.
You said you were not invited back because there was no time for freedom. Was the Menendez house a place where the neighborhood kids gathered and came inside and played and there was unstructured play?
Never,
Did you ever see neighborhood kids inside the house?
never.
Did the boys have free time for unstructured play?
Only when I was able to get them off the yard without Kitty knowing about it. Or if I went to Kitty when Jose was not home, I said, can Lyle please come over? And it was a neighbor boy that I happened to befriend. Now, I was allowed to leave the property, to go to the neighbor boy's house. But I was the only person. I had to ask Kitty for permission to take Lyle, but not allowed to take Eric with. Eric was never allowed to leave the property.
And I think you described for the prosecution Eric holding on to his mother's leg and her patting him on the head. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ever see her do anything more than that in terms of gestures of affection?
No, both her or Jose did not show affection. They did not hug, did not say I love you, did not, any of the things that I was used to, no.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything else?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mr. Anderson, did you love your Aunt Kitty?
Yes.
And when we first came to see you in Oak Lawn, Illinois, in, when was it, April of
27, 26.
of 92, you had never met me or Miss Lansing before.
No.
And do you feel loyal to your family?
To my immediate family, I
Yeah.
feel loyal to my wife and my children.
Well, you feel loyal to your wife and children, do you not?
Yes.
And did you feel, over the course of growing up, did you feel that a person should be loyal to their family as well?
As any kid would think, yes.
Okay. And did you feel badly when your Aunt Kitty died?
Extremely bad.
And did you like your cousins, Eric and Lyle?
I love my cousins, Eric and Lyle.
And did you find it hard to believe when we discussed it with you that Eric and Lyle had killed their parents?
I find them
Irrelevant as to what you think.
Objection sustained. The answer is stricken.
Now, since we interviewed you in April, have you spent a fair amount of time thinking about those days that you spent in your Aunt Kitty's house?
yes.
And have details and memories come to you since that first day that we talked to you?
I guess.
Okay. I wanted to ask you this. Ms. Lansing just asked you about Aunt Kitty's driving. Was she always a fast and reckless driver?
She was always in a hurry to get nowhere.
Okay. Was she always late in getting nowhere as well?
Always. Always.
But the things that stood out in your mind are these episodes when she would purposely go out joyriding, she called it?
Objection, leading, mistakes the evidence.
Objection sustained.
Does it stand out in your mind that on occasion she would announce that she wanted to take a joyride?
That, when I stated that, that was the only time I remember saying that word joyride. Other times she would say, let's go for a ride.
For a ride. And would these be particularly reckless?
Oh, they would, yes.
Okay. Now, I just want to go over these words that were read to you by Mr. Kuriyama when you were describing the boys, and you said this was things that you observed during the 1977 visit, okay? You said the boys were hyper. Now, first, I'd like you to distinguish, if you can, between Eric and Lyle, okay? But very first, what did you mean by hyper?
Very excitable, happy to see me, extremely happy to see me. Just in general, they were extremely happy to see me. I just consider that hyper. They were real up, just real happy.
Okay. Well, sometimes people use the word hyper like hyperactive. Is that what you meant?
No.
Okay. Did they have difficulty sitting still?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Did they need to move a lot and be physically active?
Yes.
When their father was around, and he wanted them to sit still, did they sit still?
They sat still.
In fact, when their father was around, if he ordered them to do something, did they do it?
Myself?
Did they do it?
When I asked them to do something?
No. When Jose was around, if he ordered the boys to do something, did they do it?
Beyond scope,
I'm sorry?
beyond scope.
Objection overruled.
Oh, yes. They, as soon as their father snapped his fingers and gave them a direct, they went off to do it.
So they were very obedient to his commands, were they
Oh,
not?
very, very obedient.
Now, the next thing you said was that the boys were looking for attention. Was that both boys?
More so Lyle than Eric.
And was Lyle looking for attention from whom?
Myself.
Okay. So Lyle would come to you and interact with you more than Eric.
Yes.
Now, the next thing you said was that they were highly emotional. Were they both highly emotional?
Eric, 99% more than Lyle.
Was Eric a crybaby?
To the true word of crybaby,
Did he cry and whine a
he
lot?
cried and whined a lot.
Did he kind of annoy you because he was a cry and whiny baby?
At times.
Did you ever hear his father call him sissy?
He called, well, not exactly the word sissy. He called him baby.
When he would be upset or crying or whining?
He could, yes.
Now, you also used the word vindictive. What did you mean by that? How is a 6-and-a-half-year-old, for example, vindictive?
To me, the way I used that was in Lyle had a temper. I have a temper. So I was able to relate to Lyle in that aspect. I used that word because when I would get mad, I would like, when I cut the flowers off. I was upset with something, and so I cut the flowers off.
And would Lyle, when he would get upset and mad, also do things like that?
Well, he'd go outside and beat up a tree or beat up a log or something in the yard, and tear his doll apart, do stuff like that.
So when he was angry, he would react in some way?
At an inanimate object, yes.
At an inanimate object. And that's what you meant by that word?
Yes.
You didn't apply that word to Eric?
Eric would just cry, or he would go off in a corner and just be by himself.
Okay. Now, when you said that they were angry, was this being applied to both of them?
More so Lyle than Eric.
And would Lyle tend to be angry after the parents had done something to him or said
Extremely.
something to him? Was that when he'd seem angry?
Yes.
And concerning their being destructive of property, was that true of both of them?
More so Lyle. But yes, both, yes.
Okay. Would they break things a lot?
In playing with them, yes. And in cases of just, yeah, okay, yes.
Now, this fighting that Jose encouraged them to engage in, did they get hurt?
We used to swing pretty hard. You can say we used to make each other cry.
Would Eric get hurt, for example, if Lyle was fighting with him?
Yeah, they would. The competitiveness would get over extreme.
Well, Jose was encouraging this, wasn't he?
Exactly.
And if Lyle was hurting his little brother, Jose didn't stop it, did he?
No.
In fact, if you were inadvertently...
Counsel, let's not lead the witness.
Okay, if you were hurting one of the boys, you who are so much older, in front of Jose in this encouragement, would Jose stop you?
Jose would not stop me. He would instruct the boys how to deflect the punch or how to take the punch.
Did you ever hear Jose telling either of the boys to attack the other boy from behind or catch him unaware or
The element
teach him how to fight dirty?
Yes, the element of surprise was a factor. Such as if you were to throw your arm out this way from the view with the arm, you led with the right.
So he was trying to teach them how to fake out opponents?
Exactly.
Did you ever hear him encourage Eric, for example, to hit Lyle in the back?
In the back and below the belt.
Okay.
I'm sorry, in the back and...
Below the
Below
belt.
the belt.
Because those are vulnerable areas. The kidney, the back, lower back, on both either side, or the groin area. Those vulnerable areas to a male.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I have nothing further.
Any recross?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Anderson, with respect to the last time that you were at the Menendez house and you were on your knees because you were so much bigger than the brothers and you had these pillows on your hand, the brothers were what, about 6 and 9 years old?
Yes. 77.
You were how old?
I was 12.
Okay.
I was 12, wasn't I? I'm trying to get my bearing here. 70. I'm not good with ages and when. I'm sorry. I will admit that.
1977.
Okay.
You were quite a bit older than both Eric and Lyle.
Oh yes, yes.
Okay, so if they were 6 and 9 during that year.
I'd be 16, 15, 16 years old.
Now you had indicated that you were so much bigger than even the older brother Lyle that you had to get on your knees to have these pillows on your hands.
Well, we all had pillows.
Spar. Okay. Now, when they were little boys, you were saying that after tennis they would go and shower with their father, correct?
Correct.
Would the father ask you as a 16-year-old, almost a man, would he ask you to come on in and shower with him?
No.
Okay. Now, at some point later, In fact, first of all, it was 12 years before the murders that you spent time at the Menendez family household,
I would
correct?
object to counsel referring to the killings as murders.
All right, why don't you rephrase the question? It's ambiguous as to what you're referring to anyway.
Mr. Anderson, you indicated that it was 1977 that you visited on an extended visit with the Menendez family, correct?
Yes,
And it was 12 years later that the killings occurred, correct?
yes.
So it had been 12 years since you had even spent an extended period of time with the family, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, after the defendants became adults, did you see them very often?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this is beyond the scope.
Overall.
The adults, as far as after high school,
Yes.
the boys were both in college and very active, traveling around the country doing tennis. So no, unless I have my own life. So no, I was married at the time.
In fact, when the killings occurred, Lyle was 21 and Eric was almost 19 years old, correct?
Yes.
Now, you had indicated that when you get upset, that you cut off flowers off the plants, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the form of question. It's argumentative.
Overall.
You can answer, Mr. Anderson.
That when I got upset,
Right, you were saying when you get upset, you, for example, cut off the flowers off of plants.
Object to the form of the question. It doesn't say that's what you
Overall.
Yes.
Overall.
You may
I
answer.
did cut the flowers off the plants.
And
heads.
in redirect examination, you said that when Lyle would get upset, he would go up and beat up a tree, an inanimate object, correct?
Correct.
And when Kitty Menendez would get upset, she would get mad at an inanimate dish and throw it in a sink, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Final question is, you've indicated that Kitty Menendez was this big, strong lady, correct?
Not immensely big, but she was a fit woman.
She was 5'5", correct?
I don't know what her exact height was.
I mean, looking at her as you sit there, were you afraid of her?
Afraid of Kitty?
Yes.
Objection is to win.
Why don't you clarify that?
You've indicated on redirect examination that Kitty was this big, strong woman. Is that right? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Isn't it true that she was 5'5"?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
I
Overall.
asked and answered, he's already said he didn't know.
Overall.
You can answer.
I don't know how tall she was.
Was she as big as you, sir?
No, she was a little bigger.
She was bigger than you.
Shoulder-wise, yes, at the
Okay.
time.
Height size.
No, I was taller.
How tall are you, sir?
I'm 6'2".
Were you over a head taller than Kitty Menendez?
At the time, I was not 6'2". Right now, I'm 6'2".
You've indicated in redirect examination that she was a large, strong woman. Is that right?
That's why I pictured her as a very fit, strong woman.
Okay. Isn't it true, when you said you saw her 10 days before the killings, would that have been August 10th of 1989?
Mm-hmm.
Was she this big, strong, monstrous woman to you then?
Object to the form of the question, Your Honor. It's argumentative.
Rephrase the question, please.
Okay, Your Honor. When you saw her on that last occasion that you actually saw her, on or about the 10th of August, did she look like this big, strong woman to you? This is 10 days before the killings.
No,
Okay,
but
thank you.
I don't think he witnessed it.
All right, he did. The objection
No further
is
questions.
overruled. Anything else?
Nothing further.
I just have one additional question.
Yes.
Your Honor.
Actually, two. Mr. Anderson, you were asked if you saw the boys again after 1977. Did you see them at a funeral after 1977?
right, yes, my grandmother Andersen's funeral.
And was that 1984?
Yes.
And can you describe for me the behavior of the boys at that funeral?
Oh, it seemed like a circus. I was flabbergasted at how they were. They came in, said hi to all the relatives in a respectful manner, and then were consoled by Jose. The three of them went off and sat on a couch. And then after all was said and done, Jose went and started talking with the other adults in the area, and the boys became very quiet and didn't seem to want to talk as when they first came in. And I
Ask another question.
So they come in together and he sits down, Jose sits down on the couch with them and has a talk with them?
yes,
And after that, do the boys remain on the couch?
no.
What do they do?
They're walking around, but they are more together.
Together meaning Eric and Lyle were together.
Yes.
Were they interacting with people?
People were coming to them, talking, but I did not see them willfully going to a lot of people, no.
Did their behavior seem different than other people? Was there something unusual about the way they were acting?
Objection calls for a conclusion, Your Honor.
Overall.
They came in as if a person came in from a
That's
wealthy...
not the question.
Was there something unusual about their behavior?
If you give me time to rethink back to the day. They walked in with heads high.
The question was there anything unusual about their behavior? You can say yes
After
or no.
talking with, yes.
Okay, what was unusual after they had the conversation with their father?
Their heads were not hung as high as when they first walked in the door.
Did they look sad, angry, happy?
They seemed very displeased with the conversation they had with their father.
And did he appear to still be exercising the kind of control over them that...
Very much so, very much so.
And the only other area I want to ask, you were asked if Kitty seemed big, seemed strong to you. Were you afraid of her when she got mad?
I was very respectful of her.
What about when she went into this clenching the fist and gritting the teeth?
Yes.
Was that frightening?
Yes, then I was afraid of her.
And this was at 16?
Yes.
Anything else?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. You're excused. Also notify Mr. Heinke to be here at 1:30 just in case there is a hearing necessary in regards to the testimony of those other two witnesses as to whether they would be televised. In the trial, the defendants are in court with their attorneys. Both juries are present. Good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen. And we're ready to resume with the trial. The defense may call its next witness.
Kathleen Simonton.
Would you tell us your full name, spell your last name?
Kathleen A. Simonton, Simonton.
Yes, please spell your first name, please.
Kathleen.
All right, if you could move a little closer to that mic, or if it's uncomfortable, we'll move it closer to you.
It's fine, thank you.
You prefer Mrs.? Miss? Ms.
Anything.
Okay. Simonton, are you related to Lyle and Eric Menendez?
Yes,
And what's your relationship?
I am Joan and Arnold's fifth child.
When you were younger, did you ever go and stay at Lyle and Eric's home?
Yes,
And when was that you went there?
in 1976.
And do you know how much older, Lyle's birthday is 1968, Eric's birthday is 1970. Do you know how much older you are than them?
They were 8 and 5, I believe, so
Okay.
I was 15.
You were 15? And did you go there with someone else?
My sister Diane,
And was she younger or older than you?
she was older.
How long did you spend in the home with Kitty and Jose Menendez?
Approximately 2 months.
Were you supposed to stay longer?
Yes,
Did you leave early?
yes,
Did you leave early because you were sent away?
no.
Why did you leave early?
I chose to leave early.
Why?
I didn't like it there.
Can you speak up a little more?
I'll try.
Thanks. In addition to spending time in the home, did you get taken on some sightseeing trips?
Yes,
And, Your Honor, I'd like to mark, excuse me, Eric. What's the next one?
159.
I have two photographs, each of them have the smaller originals on back. 159 is an interior shot of what appears to be a museum, and one of them is an exterior shot of what appears to be a museum.
Yes.
Follow to me?
Yes, I believe so.
That'll be 160. How long did you, how much of the summer was spent on these trips?
It was the early beginning part, and not very much, but then we did go places.
And was that fun?
Yes.
Did you have a good time?
Yes.
And was that different than your experience in the home?
Yes.
What was different about it?
When we would go on these trips to see places, Jose was not with us, and we seemed more relaxed.
Did the family operate differently in a public setting than they did in the privacy of their own home?
Yes, I would say so.
And in what ways?
More reserved.
Would there be demonstrations of anger in a public setting usually?
Not where people were around, no.
Okay. And is this the kind of home where they had people in the home regularly? Other kids came over to play?
No.
Neighbors came over?
No, not at all.
Do you remember ever seeing anyone in the home during the time you were staying there other than the immediate family?
Not that I can recall.
Did they live in a neighborhood where there were other houses and
Oh, sure.
other children?
Oh, yes.
Okay, and those children never came over to play?
Not in the house.
So they could play outside?
Yes.
Did that happen frequently?
No.
Okay. You and your sister,
Would be allowed to go and do whatever we wanted at the pool. The entire time we were there, Lyle and Eric were not. They were
what were Lyle and Eric doing?
being taught or directed how to swim intently to me.
Intently?
Yes.
What do you mean? What did you observe that appeared to be quite intense to you?
Because he would have them do strokes or something over and over again in a section of the pool, and they were not allowed to leave that section of the pool. They weren't allowed to go out of the little area.
The entire time they were being drilled
Yes.
and swimming?
Yes.
Were they ever allowed to just go splash around and play with the other kids?
No.
And I think you indicated they were 8 and 5 at the time?
Yes.
And if they didn't swim correctly or didn't seem to be getting it, was there encouragement, kind encouragement, or criticism? What would be the response of Jose?
Just to do it again and to keep doing it.
And was there any idea that if you finally get it right, then you can go do something fun, or?
Oh, no. You would go on to something else.
During the time that you lived in the home, did you have certain responsibilities that kept you around the boys most of the time?
Yes, I had many.
And what were those responsibilities that kept you around the boys?
Cleaning and watching them, and just taking care of them, kind of, I would say.
Would you say that the majority of the time that you were in the home, they were there also?
Oh, yes.
And was there a difference in Kitty's behavior when it was just the 3 of you, or the 4 of you with your sister at home, versus when Jose would arrive?
Yes.
And what was that difference? What would it be before he was there? What would it be after?
It would be more tense when he was there, but it would be more tense.
So it was tense when he wasn't there and more tense when he was?
To me, yes.
And was there any little ritual that you used to engage in when Jose would come home?
Depending on the mood Kitty was in.
Can you explain what you mean by depending on the mood she was in?
If she felt something happened during the day, and she wanted to get Jose into a good mood, we would kind of be around the front of the landing for when he came home.
To greet him?
Yes.
Now, was this, she would do that every time that the boys were going to get in trouble?
Not every time, just when I think when she felt worried.
Would she do it if she felt that she was going to get in trouble?
Judgment
Yeah.
calls for speculation, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you have an incident when you were back there regarding getting caught smoking?
Yes.
And you were 15?
Yes.
Were Kitty and Jose smokers?
Yes.
Heavy smokers?
Yes.
And can you tell me what happened? Where did the incident start?
Downstairs, we stayed in the bedroom that was downstairs in the basement.
When you say we, you mean you and your
My sister and I.
Okay.
At night, I would go in by the garage because it was right there, and I would have a cigarette before going to bed.
And on one instant, did Kitty catch you?
Yes.
And what happened?
I was severely reprimanded for smoking in their house.
What did she look like when she was doing this? Was there anything unusual about her appearance?
She did several things.
Do you want to stand? If you could stand up and demonstrate for us, please.
I can do it sitting if she...
It's hard to see.
She gritted her teeth and she clenched her fist and yelled and made a face, and then she paraded around with her hands on her hips and then continuing to yell at me for smoking in their house and how ungrateful I was.
Did that face just look like anybody's face when they get mad?
Judgment calls for speculation.
Rephrase the question.
Was there something unusual about her face when she would get mad like
It would squint up. It would get tight
Was it frightening?
to me.
Did she ever hit you?
No, she never hit me.
Did you ever have any fears that something bad was going to happen during these sessions when she'd yell at you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Rephrase the question, please.
When she was clenching her fist, did you see that behavior on more than one occasion?
Yes.
And when she would engage in that behavior, did you have some fears? How did it feel to have her doing that to you, clenching her fist and gritting her teeth?
Very scary.
Same objection, motion to strike.
Overruled, the answer will stand.
Was she a strong woman?
Yes.
Now, you said you'd see this behavior when she was angry. Would she do the same thing if she was angry with Eric and Lyle?
Yes.
And would that be in your presence? You'd see her doing it?
Oh, yes.
Excuse me. Besides situations when she was mad at you or mad at them, would she engage in that behavior on other occasions?
Yes.
What would be happening that would trigger it?
You would just see her and you would go look at her and she'd be just sitting in a room just doing that, and then after a little bit she would be fine.
So nothing would appear to be going on and all of a sudden she would go into this behavior?
Judgment calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Nobody was around her during this time, so I don't know what would have caused it. We would be in one room and she would be in another room, and you could look over her, or something would make a noise, and then you look at her and I wasn't going to go over and see what was wrong.
Why?
I wouldn't want to know what was wrong
Why?
because it might be directed at me.
And what would happen?
I'd get yelled at or in trouble.
Now, when she would get into this position, would it just be a fleeting thing like you just did, or would she hold it for a long period of time?
It depended. Sometimes she held it, and sometimes it was a fleeting thing. It depended.
And was there ever any connection between this and periods when she would seem to stare off into space?
I think maybe her facial expressions changed sometimes.
Okay. Did you see situations where she seemed to stare off in space and be kind of lost?
Well, yeah, she would sit and or stand out the window or look, yeah.
Now, we were talking about the incident where you got caught smoking. I believe you said she came to where you were, she was in this position, and she was also placing her hands on her hips?
Yeah, she would parade around with her hands on her hips, and she did quite a few gestures. And
Mark another exhibit. I'm sorry, line
161.
Do you recognize your aunt in that picture?
yeah,
Is that the position you're talking about, the hands on the hips?
yes, exactly.
Would she have her feet spread apart like they are in
Yeah,
this picture?
yes, yes.
After she found you back there smoking, how long did she yell at you out there?
I would say maybe 3 to 5 minutes, maybe. When you're being yelled at, sometimes time is, you can't remember.
Were you saying anything to defend yourself during this
Oh,
time?
no.
Why?
That would get me in more trouble.
So for 3 to 5 minutes, what is she yelling? I mean, is she
Just how ungrateful I was for smoking in their house and how that she had done for me. How could I do that? It was their house.
And did it make you feel ungrateful?
It made, yes, it made me feel or that I was just stupid for doing that.
Did she suggest that you were stupid? Is it hard for you to go back to this time and remember?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Yeah, I don't like to think of the times when she yelled at me. She yelled at me for several occasions that upset me when I think about them.
Do they still upset you today?
Yes.
Why? How old are you today?
32.
You married?
Yes.
You have children?
Yes. 2 boys.
This happened in 1976.
Yes.
Why does it upset you today?
Because she could be her intensity on her anger or her rage could be very scary.
After she yelled at you outside by the garage, were you crying at that time?
I don't remember.
What happened next?
She grabbed me by my arm. She didn't, to tell me I was coming upstairs with her. She didn't continue to grab it. She grabbed it, pulled me a bit, and told me I was coming upstairs. Then she let go. And I followed her upstairs to the landing, to the top landing of the upstairs, and where Jose by this time was standing.
And what happened up there?
She told Jose, I stood there, and she told Jose what had happened downstairs.
Did you just say, gee, I caught Kathy smoking, or?
No, she was yelling, I caught Kathy smoking in the house. How could she? What are you going to do?
And what did Jose do?
He then continued and started to yell at me, and after a while of yelling, I don't remember exactly the words he used, but he was yelling and telling me I was basically the same thing. Kitty told me that I was being ungrateful and how could I smoke in their house, and I would not smoke in their house again.
Now, when you say it was by the landing, was this near the boys' room?
It was in the beginning of the hallway, yes.
And were the voices loud enough they could be heard through the house?
Yes, I'm sure they could hear it outside.
And how long did Jose yell at you?
Again, probably another 3 to 5 minutes, I'm not sure.
Now, at the end of this yelling at you, you said he told you you will not smoke in the house again?
I would not smoke in their house again.
And that included outside the house?
In my opinion, it included anywhere he could see me.
Did you ever smoke again?
Not where I thought I could be caught by them, no. I would take walks and where sometimes where they thought I was asleep real quick around the corner, or during the day if she thought I was doing something, I'd go around the corner. I mean, there was plenty of places where they lived there to go without them seeing you.
Why didn't you smoke outside again, right outside the house?
Would you want to go through that again? I wouldn't want to be yelled at like that again.
And was that the only time you were yelled at like that while you were there?
For smoking, I was yelled at several other times. For other things, household chores I didn't do right, got severely yelled at.
Were there other times that you did things you were going to get in trouble for and didn't?
Oh, yes, I thought, yes.
Like what?
were cleaning the kitchen, and she had some Waterford crystal glasses, and while I was drying them, I snapped the stem right off of it. And it took me, I would say, an hour or more to get up the courage to go tell her I had done this, because I was so afraid of what she was going to do, because I had broken one of her glasses. And we were told, you hand wash them, to be careful. And on that instance, I found it rather bizarre, because it took me so long to get the courage to tell her, and I got in absolutely no trouble at all.
Were there other things you did that were far less significant for which you got in trouble?
Oh, yes. Like my cleaning chores, I thought, were, to me, off the wall, because I got in so much trouble.
Motion to strike.
Was there an objection to the question or to the
No,
answer?
the question was general, the answer is specific, and there's a motion to strike as being irrelevant.
As to being irrelevant or non-responsive, I don't understand. You have no objection to the question?
I would object to the question, then, Your Honor, as calling for irrelevant matter that has already been rolled onto the court.
All right, let's have the question read back.
Question, were there other things you did that were far less significant for which you got in trouble?
All right, the objection is sustained.
Could you predict what things you would get in trouble for?
Not at all.
And so what form of behavior would you adopt to try and not get in trouble? If you didn't know what you were going to get in trouble for.
You became invisible or very quiet, and you didn't create any waves.
Were you aware that Lyle and Eric were participating in sports at the time?
Yes.
And do you remember which sports they were playing?
Tennis or soccer, they played both, but I can't remember what exactly.
Was there an incident in which Lyle did not want to play?
Yes, yes. I think it was tennis, but it could have been soccer. Yes, yes.
And what happened?
Oh, he got in a lot of trouble. Yes.
Did Kitty get mad at him?
Kitty got mad at them and then told Jose when he got home.
Now, when Kitty got mad at him, was it the same process you've described with the fists and the face?
On that instance, it was part of that, yes, but it wasn't probably as intense as when I got caught smoking, no.
Okay. And then when Jose got home?
Oh, then he yelled at him and told him that he would play.
He would play?
Oh, yes.
And did he leave right then to play, or what happened?
Oh, no. Eric and Lyle got sent to his room then.
And was this a common form of punishment in that?
Yes, very much so.
And did it happen to Eric as well as Lyle?
Yes, but on fewer occasions. On less occasions. Lyle got more disciplined and in trouble than Eric did. He did get in trouble, but not as often as Lyle.
Did Lyle get more attention?
Yes, a lot more.
And he also got more discipline?
Yes, a lot more, yes.
And what would happen when the boys would be sent to their room? Was it go to your room for 15 minutes? Or?
Oh, you did. It varied. It varied from a half hour to 2 hours to not coming out at all.
So they wouldn't be permitted to leave the room at all?
Not that I ever saw, no. Once they were sent to the room, until he said they could come out, I never saw them.
And when they were sent to the room, would Jose ever go down there?
Yes.
And this particular incident we were talking about where Lyle didn't want to go play, did Jose go down to the room?
Yes, after a while.
And how long was he in the room?
A half hour, 45 minutes maybe.
And when he came out of the room, did Lyle come out with him?
No.
Did you see Lyle again that evening?
I can't remember now.
If you don't remember.
I can't remember at the moment.
Were there any rules about what you could do when one of the boys was sent down the hall and Jose went into the room with them?
You couldn't go down there. I mean, you stayed in the living room or you did something else, but you didn't go anywhere near the hallway.
And did that seem to apply to Kitty as well?
Oh, yes, we all stayed in, yeah. Nobody ever went down.
And did you see this type of punishment where one of the boys is sent to the room and then Jose goes down there and is with them for a period of time and come back? Did you see that happen on more than one occasion?
Oh, quite several.
Several, 2 or 3? Or
No,
more?
several more.
More like 10, 15, 20?
12, 15, yes.
And it would happen to both of the boys?
Yes, but only a few times to Eric that I can remember at that time.
Did Lyle play the next day? Did he follow the order?
Oh, yes. Yes, if you were told you were going to do something, it was understood you would do it.
Did you ever see him refuse again to go play?
No.
What was the atmosphere in the house during these times when the boys would be sent to their room? Or
We would become very quiet, but we were always quiet, so we were quieter, I would say.
were the boys well disciplined?
Excuse me, I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry. Were the boys well disciplined?
Oh, do you mean well by continually to be disciplined? Yes.
I don't mean good discipline. I mean, did they follow orders given?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Did everybody follow the orders?
Yes.
Quickly?
Well, when you were told to do something, you did it.
And if you argued with Jose, what would happen?
You'd get in more trouble, but there was never really any argument that I can remember.
When he would talk to you, if you resisted at all, what would he say to you? I mean, would he criticize you as a person or just criticize
Oh, yeah,
you?
no, you were being stupid or you didn't know better or you were just dumb.
And this happened to you as well as the boys?
Oh, yes.
Frequently?
When you were in trouble, depending on what you had done, yes.
Were you in trouble a lot?
I seem to be.
Were the boys in trouble a lot?
They seem to be.
Were these bad boys, did you think?
Oh, no.
Calls for improper conclusion of part of the witness.
Did they...
Objection sustained, the answer is
Did they act badly around you?
I don't think so.
And the two children you have are both
Boys.
boys. And how old are they?
10 and 11.
Was there a difference in the way the boys acted when they were away from the home, say visiting relatives?
They seem they seem freer or more carefree or
Were they generally freer and more carefree when they were in a public versus a private setting?
Yes.
Was Kitty warm to them?
No.
Was she affectionate?
No.
Did she ever hug them?
Only if they did well in the sport or they did something that you would be rewarded for, and that was her reward.
I mean, performing
Yes.
well up to her
Yes.
expectations?
Yes.
Then she'd hug them?
Quickly.
And did you ever hear her talk to them in kind of a soft tone of voice, kind of a caring, comforting kind of voice?
No.
Did you have any pet names for them?
No.
Call them Sweetie or Pumpkin? or-
No.
Would she smile at them? Would she smile at you?
Not that I can remember.
How about if you did something good?
Oh, if you did something very good, yes, that was another reward.
Was her smile?
Yes.
Do you remember seeing Lyle leave for practice? You said now you don't know if it's tennis or soccer, but would Jose take him on the weekends to go practice?
Yes.
And, excuse me, when they returned, could you tell how things had gone?
Oh, yeah. If they were sent to their room, you knew it was a bad, or if he came, you could, yeah. You,
What could you see? Could you tell when they came in the door?
oh, yeah, by their faces.
Whose faces?
All of their faces.
And what would Jose's face look like?
Tense, angry,
And what would Lyle's face look like?
sad,
And what would Eric's face look like?
sad.
And this was because the practice hadn't gone well?
There's
Well-
lots of speculation and hearsay.
This is after they would leave for practice and then come home?
Yes.
Did he, you said that when you would get reprimanded, you'd be called stupid and that type of thing. Were the same terms used for the boys?
Yes.
On one occasion or more than one occasion?
More than one occasion.
Frequently?
I would say frequently.
You talked about times when Lyle particularly would be sent to his room, and sometimes he wouldn't come out at all for the
No.
rest of the day or evening.
No.
And sometimes he did come out.
Yes.
And would Jose always go to the room during the time they were in there being punished? Or frequently? Or,
I would say,
Why don't you rephrase the question?
well, maybe she started answering, so maybe she can. Would he always go to the room when they were sent to the room for punishment?
I would say 80% of the time.
And during the times when you saw Lyle come out of the room, how would he look?
He would have a sad or blank look upon him.
Now, what's this blank look you're talking about?
Just a staring look.
Did he snap out of it quickly and start playing and again get happy, or would this last?
It would last for a while, yes. He would just come and sit down somewhere.
You said that part of your chores were babysitting?
Yes, yes,
And did you do puzzles with Eric?
yes.
No, that's mark the next exhibit.
162.
Showing you what we've marked as 162. You recognize the people in that picture?
Yes.
And who are they?
Myself and Eric.
And was this the summer that you were visiting?
Yes.
Was there a difference in the personalities of Lyle and Eric?
Oh, very much so.
And what was Lyle like?
He was he was more talkative, more, I would say, outgoing.
And if he got hurt, would he show it?
No.
Were you allowed to cry in this family?
Objection Vegas to who?
Sustained.
Was Lyle allowed to cry in this family?
I would say, in my opinion, no.
What would happen?
Strike as improper family.
Objection sustained. The answer is correct.
Did you see situations where Lyle started to cry?
Yes.
And what would happen to him?
Jose would just say Lyle in a very deep voice, and he would straighten up.
So was it a signal of some sort when he just said his name like that?
I would say so.
And if Eric started to cry, what would happen to him?
He was probably nothing, and he was treated so much different.
How do you mean?
He was left alone more than Lyle was.
Left alone in terms of being all by himself, or just wasn't the focus of attention?
He wasn't the focus of attention.
And sometimes that attention, are you talking about attention? I know it's my word, but are you talking about it as good attention or bad attention or both?
Both.
What was Eric's personality like?
He was quiet. I just remember him being very quiet, very to himself.
When Lyle was hurt by something, if he didn't cry, would there be any other expression that you would see on his face?
He would just get a look again, like a sad or a blank look.
Okay, same blank look. Now, does this blank look like you're just staring off into space? or-
Yeah. I mean, just an unexpressionable look.
Did Kitty express concern for the boys' safety?
I don't think so.
What would happen if they got injured?
They would be told to go clean themselves up, or if while we were there, we would go in the bathroom and clean up, like if they scraped their knee or something.
I can't hear the word.
If they would be told just to go into the bathroom and clean up their knee or whatever, or while we were there, on occasions we would go in there and just help them clean up their knee or their whatever they scraped or at the time.
Did you ever see Kitty clean up their injuries?
No.
Would she console them, ask how they felt?
No.
Did she seem concerned at all about their injuries?
I would say no.
Did you feel that you were free to make decisions about your activity?
Oh, no.
Objection,
Sorry.
irrelevant.
Sorry.
Well, it's a foundational question, Your
Well,
Honor.
objection sustained, the answer is stricken. It's too general, you have to be more specific.
I was trying to do foundational as to paragraph 5, last paragraph, bottom of page 5, which was not objected to by the people.
The last paragraph?
It starts on the bottom of page 5, the last sentence goes on to the top of page 6. I didn't want to lead, so I was asking.
Okay, well, just hold on. Well, the question you asked didn't seem to relate to that, so you may re-ask in a different way.
Was this a family in which Kitty and Jose exerted a lot of control?
Yes.
More control than seemed normal?
Judgment calls for an opinion and proper opinion of properties.
Sustained.
When you would go to a restaurant, could you order what you wanted to eat?
No.
Could the boys order what they wanted to eat?
Not that I remember.
Who would decide what you were going to eat?
Jose would tell us this would be good for us to eat. This is what you need to eat.
What if you didn't want to eat it? Did you ever say, no, I don't like eggs, or I don't like liver, or?
No, I tried to do that once.
And?
I was told you would try what you need. You have to try it in order to know if you like it.
Okay.
You were told you had to try it. How could one know if one didn't like it without one trying?
And you were 15 when you were back there. Did you know you didn't like certain things?
Oh, yes, yes.
Did that matter?
No, I had to try it still.
Did you, when you'd go to a restaurant and he would order things for you, were there ever situations where he'd order things you had tried before and knew you didn't like?
Objection irrelevant.
Objection sustained. Let's see if we can have some time frame and relevance to things that occurred where the defendants were present.
Were the defendants present at the time when you would go to restaurants and
Yes.
they would order for you?
Yes.
And were you sometimes required to eat food that you'd eaten before and knew you didn't like?
Yes.
Did the boys argue back about what they were to eat?
Not that I can remember, no.
Do you remember anything about Lyle wetting his bed when you were there?
Yes.
He was 8 years old, is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And how do you know about him wetting his bed?
We were in the kitchen one morning, and Lyle started getting yelled at by Jose and Kitty, saying he was a sissy and a baby because he had wet his bed, and he started being called. They were calling him names and getting mad at him. That's all I know. I left.
Why'd you leave?
Why stay? I went downstairs to my room.
What did Lyle look like?
Scared.
When you say why stay, was this boring or something, or?
I didn't want to see him being yelled at for wetting his bed. I didn't need to stay there, and I didn't want to watch. I didn't care to watch him being yelled at.
Why didn't you step up and say, this isn't fair? He's a
Because then
kid."
I would be yelled at.
Objection sustained. The answer is stricken.
Do you remember anything about Eric having a speech problem?
He stuttered.
And what would happen? What would Kitty's reaction be to stuttering? Or Jose's, if you
They would
remember.
make fun of,
Excuse me, objection irrelevant unless in the presence of the defense.
Sustained.
Were you present to see
yes,
Eric corrected by one or both of his parents who was
Yes.
stuttering?
yes,
Who would
yes.
do the correcting?
Kitty or Jose, it varied.
And did they do it in the same way, or did they each have their own style?
I think they each had their own style.
And what would Kitty do if Eric was stuttering?
I think she would just make fun of him, if I remember correctly.
And Jose?
I don't remember.
Did they try to help him, to work with him for it?
Not in my opinion.
And how often did you see them making fun of him for stuttering?
Only a couple of times.
Was there competition between the boys?
Yes, a lot.
And was that just sort of a spontaneous experience, or did it seem to be suggested by somebody?
I think it seemed to be suggested by Jose. I think it was suggested by Jose.
Why do you think it was suggested? What would you see happen?
He would just say, you know, the first to do this, or, you know, to brush your teeth, to get in bed, to do anything.
It was a race?
Yes, it was a race.
And what happened to the loser?
He was just, it was usually Eric. And he was told, like, how come you can't be more like Lyle and do this, or just made to feel dumb.
Objection, I move to strike as conclusion on the witness.
All right, the latter portion of the answer, made to feel dumb, is stricken as a conclusion. Rest will remain.
Would you hear any words directed, and you said made to feel dumb? What made you think that he was made to feel dumb?
Because he,
Okay, objection sustained. The answer is stricken. That answer had been stricken,
No.
so then you'll have to ask a different question.
I'm asking her what the words were that she heard.
Right, well, you'll have to ask it in some other way.
What were the words that you heard when Eric would lose in these competitions to brush your teeth, get in bed, get your pajamas on?
just like I said, he was, why can't you be like him, more like your brother, and try harder, or things like that.
Any personal comments?
I can't remember right now.
You had a certain impression of this family before you went to visit them, is that correct?
Yes, very much so.
And what was your impression of this family?
That they,
Irrelevant.
Your Honor, this was unobjected to by the
Which
chief.
paragraph?
Second paragraph, page 7.
All right. I move it's not mentioned.
All right,
Did you have an impression of this family?
yes, they were, I was told that they were like, I'm not sure if there was those words, that's what I remember, that they were the perfect family, you know,
And where did this impression come from?
my family.
And did they describe it as a happy home, a successful home,
A successful, yes, happy home.
and were you-
Well-to-do home. Well-to-do home.
And did that seem to be important? The well-to-do, the success?
To,
Objection irrelevant.
objection sustained. It's ambiguous who you're referring to. Important to who?
To the family members, you're saying that you got this information about the family. What family members are you referring to?
a lot from my grandmother.
Is that your mother's mother or
Yes,
your father's mother?
my mother's mother,
And your mother is
Joan,
Kitty's
Kitty's
sister.
sister.
So this would have been Kitty's mother.
Yes.
And what was the information you got from your grandmother?
Objection hearsay.
Sustained.
Were you led to believe anything about how the children were doing in the home?
Objection irrelevant.
Your Honor, this is also part of an unobjected to statement from the district attorney. It's the same paragraph.
All right, without arguing it, again, you'll have to lay a foundation as to the source of this to start with before it's admissible.
Did you have information from family members with regard to how the children were doing?
Not that I can remember now.
You said that you left early. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was there any relationship between your leaving early and the experiences you had in the home?
You mean why I left early?
Yes.
I asked to leave because I was miserable there. I wanted to go home and have a normal summer, the rest of what I could have.
When you got home, did you tell anybody about what happened?
No.
Why?
Sustained.
Did you ever ask to go back again?
Oh, no, no.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Any? Yes. I'm sorry? All right.
Sit back. Breathe. Breathing helps. Yes, I want to turn your attention, Mrs. Simon, to Eric's stutter, okay? And you said both Kitty and Jose would react when he stuttered, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever hear either of them tell him when he stuttered that he knew better than to stutter?
Yes.
And would he then try to speak without stuttering?
Yes, he would try.
But he didn't succeed, did he?
No.
At that time, do you know whether or not he was receiving any kind of speech therapy?
Not that I remember, no.
Now, did Lyle have a hobby where he collected certain types of toys?
He had a lot of animals in his room, but I don't remember much else.
Live animals or stuffed
Oh,
animals?
I'm sorry, stuffed animals.
Okay, I have a photograph, Your Honor. What's next?
Yes.
May I approach? Showing you this photograph, do you recognize those toys as some of the animals that Lyle had?
These two, I believe I recognize.
Can't hear you.
I believe I recognize the small one and the big one.
These are Sesame Street characters, the
Right.
big blue one?
Cookie Monster and I can't remember his
Can't
name.
remember who. You remember Cookie Monster is the blue one, right?
Yes,
Okay. You have kids and you've watched
Yes.
Sesame Street.
but not for a little while.
Any more clips? And did Lyle play with these animals?
Yes.
And would he be alone in his room? Did you ever observe him in his room playing with these animals by himself?
Just a few occasions.
You did see that?
Just a few occasions when I would go to, if he wasn't if he wasn't in his room in trouble, obviously, I mean, if he was just in his room,
Right.
I would go down just to see what he was doing, and he'd be in the corner playing with the animals, and then I would just say to see if he was okay, and then I would go back to the living room.
Did you ever hear him talking to them or having conversations?
No, I did not.
Did he ever take them out of his room?
I don't recall that I don't remember that he took them out, no.
So your only recollection of the stuffed animals was that they stayed in his room?
That I can remember.
Yes?
Yes, that I can remember.
Concerning this competition that was encouraged between Eric and Lyle, was it only Jose that seemed to egg them on, or did Kitty do that as well?
Kitty did it as well, but not as intently, I think, or as often.
Okay. As a general rule, was Jose a very intense person?
Yes, in my opinion, he was very intense.
And with respect to his interaction with his children, was he very intense?
Yes.
Do you have, you talked about the atmosphere in the household becoming more tense when Jose came home, correct?
Yes.
Did you see changes in the children's demeanor, how they looked, how they acted, how they held their bodies when Jose was coming home?
No, just that we would become more quieter than we were being quiet, but we would become more quiet.
Was it when, except for when the parents were yelling at people or someone was being disciplined, were the children quiet at home?
In my opinion, they were extremely quiet.
Were they children who would sit still and stay put if the parents were around and wanted them to do that?
Yes.
Do you recall, approached by Ken, the photograph of yourself with Eric? This one here, and this is that summer, right, when Eric was 5?
Yes.
Exhibit 162 for the record.
Thank you. Exhibit 162. Do you recall this photograph being taken?
Yes.
Oh, who took it? If you remember.
You know, I remember being taken, but I don't remember who took it. Because we looked up. I remember looking up.
And the photographs that were taken at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, this is in New York City, correct?
Yes, yes. Kitty took those.
Kitty took these photographs
Yes.
at the Metropolitan Museum?
Yes.
Did Kitty take a lot of photographs during the 2 months that you were there?
She had seemed that when we went out, she had her camera with her.
Okay. Did she take photographs around the house?
On certain occasions, yes.
Did you ever see her posing the boys or telling the boys what to do for the camera?
If she wanted a cute picture, she'd get them on the couch or something, but that's all.
But would she have them posed so that she could take a...
Not that I remember, no.
Was there any particular occasion, for example, for taking a picture of you and Eric with the jigsaw puzzle?
Not that I remember, no.
Do you recall what was happening just before the picture was taken?
Your Honor, question is irrelevant.
Stay.
In looking at that picture, would you say that you look particularly happy?
Objection calls for confusion.
Overall,
No,
And looking at Eric, does he look particularly happy?
not for somebody who's taking our picture. No, I would think we would be smiling if somebody was taking our picture.
Your Honor, motion to strike everything after now.
objection sustained, the answer is stricken.
Okay, just the only question is, does Eric look happy in that photograph?
No.
Do you know what was going on before this photograph was taken that caught the two of you looking that way?
I don't remember, no.
And would Eric sit at 5 with you on a couch and work a jigsaw puzzle like that for a significant period of time?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross?
Mrs. Simonton? The first time that you ever spent any extended period of time with the Menendez family would have been that summer, is that correct?
That was basically the only time I spent an extended time with them.
Prior to the summer of 1976, had you ever spent maybe a week with the family? Or
No.
had you? Okay. You're nervous, right?
I get very.
All right. I'm not going to bite you. Just sit back and try to relax, okay? Did you ever have family holidays with them before 1976?
I believe they came and visited us, or we saw them, but I don't remember holidays. We lived in Arizona. It was quite a distance.
All right. And the summer of 1976, I think you indicated that your sister also went with you. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And when you left, your sister stayed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did Mrs. Menendez treat your sister any differently than the way she treated you that summer?
A lot different than me.
All right. Your sister was how much older than you that summer? Or how much older is she now?
She's over a year. She's 34 and I'm 32. She just turned 34 though, so.
So you're between 12 and 24 months apart?
Yeah, yes,
All
correct.
right. And so we don't have to keep doing the math. What year were you born in?
1961.
Was Mrs. Menendez, did she behave differently when her husband wasn't around?
Yes, yes.
Did she appear to be more relaxed when her husband wasn't around?
In general, I would say yes.
Now, the trips that you went on, could you tell me during that summer where you went?
We went to see the Statue of Liberty, the museum. We went to Washington so she could show us the monument. She showed us, I think it's Arlington Cemetery, where the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier is.
All right, let me interrupt you for a moment. You went then to New York City, correct?
Yes.
And about how long was that trip?
It was over a couple days. You know, we would go for a few hours. Like the Statue of Liberty, we went to one day, and then we came home. And then the museum, we went one day, and then came home.
Now, at the time that you spent the summer in 1976, what house was the family living in? Are you familiar with the different houses?
I just know the one, Muncie.
All right, may I approach, please, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, referring to Exhibit 148 then. I believe you indicated it was the Muncie house, is that correct?
Yeah.
And that's the house here on the exhibit that says 1972 through 77? Mm-hmm. Okay. I can't get it to stay, I'm just going to put it down.
Should we take down the other one?
That's all right. So that was the Muncie house that you're talking about, correct?
Correct.
And you were there about 2 months?
Approximately, yes. If in the timetable period that I can remember, I would say approximately 2 months.
So the trips to New York City then were day trips from New Jersey, is that correct?
Yes.
And how did you get there? Did you take the train or did you drive?
We drove.
How was Mrs. Menendez's driving when you drove to New York? Do you remember anything about it?
We got there fast.
Okay, were you frightened at all?
At times, yes. We would go and we would park in a garage, and if we went to the museum, we would park and then we would either walk or we took a taxi a few times too.
So you would drive into the city and then take taxis or public transportation?
Yes.
Okay. And how many days was it that you went there? How many separate days did you go to New York City?
2 or 3.
Then the trip to Washington, D.C., was that a trip where you stayed overnight in Washington, D.C.?
I don't remember staying overnight. I think we went very early in the morning and came home that night. If I can remember, in my best remembrance, that's what we did. But
now, then the trip to Washington, D.C. then was just a day trip? Is that your memory today?
yes, because we didn't stay anywhere real long in any place we went.
And these two trips, Mr. Menendez did not accompany you?
No.
Did you have fun on either of these two?
Yes.
Okay, so there were occasions during the summer where you had fun?
Oh, yes. There were times I had a good time. They were
right.
usually out of the house, but I had a good time.
Did you ever have a good time with Mrs. Menendez?
Out of the house, more, yes.
And when you were out of the house with her, this was not in the presence of her husband, is that correct?
Correct. We went out to family dinners, we went to the pool, that we did things that is, as a group. But the times that I can remember that I had a good time, we just did with Kitty, yes.
Okay, so there was a difference between the two parents, wasn't there?
Yes, one was tense and one was more intense, I would say.
All right, and Mrs. Menendez, I believe you indicated it was less tense when you were alone with her and more tense when her husband was there.
Yes, I would say so.
Now, after you left, your sister stayed. When you left for that summer and went home, your sister stayed.
Correct, correct.
Was Mr. Menendez around during the weekdays from Monday through Friday, or was he off at work?
He was off at work.
And did he come home at an early hour, or did he stay at work later?
I would think, in my opinion, he came home late. And sometimes he came home earlier.
But what was his habit? Was his habit more to come home late or early?
I would say, It varied. I mean, I want to say late, but late maybe 5, 6. He did come home earlier at some times, but I would say 5 or, to me, that's late. I mean, 6 o'clock, early evening.
Now, did you ever see Mrs. Menendez hit either of her sons?
No,
Never saw her strike them?
no,
Did you ever see Mr. Menendez strike his sons?
no.
Were you ever struck during that summer that you were there?
No, I was just grabbed the one time.
That one time when you were
Caught,
smoking?
yes,
All right. Now, you were 15 at the time when you were caught smoking, correct?
correct.
Had you asked permission of the Menendezes if you could smoke?
Oh, no,
All right. Were you allowed to smoke in your own home?
no, I was not.
All right, because you were 15, right?
Correct.
All right. And when Mrs. Menendez found you, you were on the family property, is that correct?
I was out, yes, yeah, I was on the property. I was outside of the garage. Not in the garage, outside of the garage.
All right, but you were still on the property, right?
Yes, I was on their property.
And you were an invited guest in their home, is that correct?
In their home, yes, I was.
And I believe you indicated that her reaction frightened and upset you, correct?
I thought it was overdone for what I was doing,
But you did continue to smoke that summer.
but not in their house. I was told not to smoke in their house anymore.
Okay.
I was not told necessarily not to smoke. I was told not to smoke in their house.
Did they ever say anything to you about they didn't want you to smoke in front of their sons?
No, no,
Did you ever see them encourage their sons to smoke cigarettes?
no, but they smoked cigarettes in front of their sons.
Right, they were adults, weren't they?
Well, yes.
Okay, and you were not?
No, I was not.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Menendez, when he was home, ran the family?
Definitely.
And did you ever see Mrs. Menendez appear to be frightened of her husband?
Yes, I would say so.
I believe you indicated that on certain occasions, Mrs. Menendez would gather the family around to await Mr. Menendez's arrival.
Yes, depending on the mood of I think what occurred during the day, I would, yes,
And I think,
in my memory.
okay, now I may have misheard you, so please correct me, but something to do with if the boys were in trouble, that she would do this.
If something happened during the day that we got, any of us four got in trouble, that she thought she might get in trouble for because she was home with us, to me, in my memory, then she would have us kind of be happy when he got home.
Okay, so she would...
She wanted him in a good mood as soon as he walked in the door.
All right. And when any of you got in trouble and she thought she might get in trouble, did she appear tense over that?
Oh, definitely.
I believe you've talked about the fact that you saw her on occasion make a face and clench her fists,
A
correct?
grimace type, yes.
Right? And I believe you indicated that on occasion you could see her while she was sitting in the other room.
Yes, yes, on occasions.
You didn't know what she was thinking about, right?
No, I did not.
Did she ever appear to be upset to you?
Yes, and certain things happened, she was, yes.
Okay, did you ever feel sorry for her?
I would say, yeah, it probably crossed my mind maybe once or twice, but it depended. If she hadn't yelled at me for a while, then I probably wouldn't.
Well, I'm talking about on the occasions when you would be somewhere else and you saw her.
Getting yelled at or something?
No. Let me just ask a
Okay.
question. When you saw her and she was by herself and she was
Doing?
this, and you didn't know what was going on in her mind, did you ever feel sorry for her?
Yes, I would say yes.
Now, I believe you've indicated an incident where you broke one of her Waterford glasses and she didn't get upset with you. Is that correct? Ultimately, I believe you indicated how you felt about it, but when you did tell her, she didn't get upset with you.
No, in that instance, she did not get upset with me for doing that.
All right. Did you intentionally break the glass?
No, but I didn't. Okay.
Well, but was it an accident?
Yes.
Okay. When you were smoking, were you intentionally smoking, or was that an accidental act?
Objection or demanded.
Rephrase the question, please.
All right. When you were smoking, you did that intentionally, correct?
Well, yes, of course.
Now, I believe you've indicated that on occasion the defendants would get sent to their room. Correct?
Yes, yes.
And that was when they were being disciplined.
Yes.
Did you ever get sent to your room for discipline?
They didn't have to send me to my room. I would go almost voluntarily down.
But did either of the two parents ever send you, like,
They would tell me to go to my room for a while, yes. They did it in probably a different tone, I would say, to me than they did to them. They would just say, go down to your room.
did they ever lock you in?
No, but while I was in the basement.
All right,
How much longer is your examination?
well, it's going to go about 10 more minutes, 10 or 15 more minutes.
All right, we'll take a recess then, ladies and gentlemen, until this afternoon. We'll take a lunch break. All right, you're still under oath. You may continue your cross-examination.
Thank you. Ms. Simonton, during the 2 months that you stayed with the Menendezes in 1976, I think you testified on direct examination that you sometimes went to family gatherings with other relatives. Is that correct?
Yes,
And were those relatives on your side of the family or on the Menendez side?
on the Menendez side. There was just at Maria and Pepin's house.
And those were the defendant's grandparents on the
Yes.
father's side?
Yes, yes.
And during those periods of time, did the defendants, did their behavior change when they were around their grandparents?
They were able, if I remember correctly, to go outside and play and you know, have a good time.
Okay, I'm having a little...
They were able to go outside, if I remember correctly, and have a good time.
Did you ever see the defendants interacting with their grandparents?
They would talk to them.
Did you see any warmth or affection between the grandparents and the defendants?
Not that I can remember, but talking.
Did you see any abuse between the defendants and the grandparents?
No.
When you were there that summer, how did you interact with both of the defendants? Did you play with them?
Oh, yes, yes.
Did you hug them?
I don't remember.
Were you affectionate?
I know, well, excuse me, I know I did with Eric when he would come sit with me on the couch.
Okay, so you'd hug Eric.
I guess, and I'm not sure about Lyle. Probably, but I'm not sure.
But did you have pleasant interaction with Lyle Menendez during that summer?
Yes,
Did you ever fight with them?
not that I can recall.
Now, I believe your sister was there for the identical period of time that you were and a little bit extra, is that correct?
Yes, she was there longer than I was. She stayed like a month after I left.
Right. And I think you indicated when I first started questioning you that Mrs. Menendez treated her differently from you.
Very much so.
And did she treat her better than you or worse than you?
Oh, much better than I did. I was.
Were you a little jealous of that?
No, not really. I just took care of myself.
Did you ever see your sister interact with either of the two defendants?
Oh, yes. Several, yes.
And was she pleasant to them?
Oh, very much so.
Did you ever see Mr. Menendez kiss or hug Mrs. Menendez?
Just a few occasions.
Did you ever see Mrs. Menendez smile?
If you did something pleasing to her, yes.
When you went on the trips to New York City and to Washington, D.C., did she smile during those periods of time?
Yes, I would say so.
When you were living in the house, did you have your own room or did you share a room with someone?
I shared a room with my sister.
And did the defendants have their own rooms or did they share a room?
They shared a room.
Did you ever see them both sent to their room at the same time?
No.
Did the defendants appear to get along well with each other?
Yes.
Now, I believe you testified to some sort of competition that was fostered in the family between the two defendants. Do you remember your testimony about that?
Yes.
And on occasion, this was used at bedtime?
Yes.
And so it was a competition to brush?
Yeah, so you could get to bed faster or yes, something like that.
Okay. You have two sons, right?
Yes.
Do you ever have trouble getting them to go to bed?
Objection on relatives.
Sustained.
Did it ever appear that the parents had trouble getting their sons to go to bed, the Menendez parents?
No.
And these competitions were at bedtime in preparation for going to bed, is that correct?
And at other times, yes.
Now, in spite of the competition, the two defendants got along well with each other, is that correct?
Oh, I would say extremely so, yes.
Were they affectionate with each other?
Yes, I would say so, yes.
Okay, could you give me some examples of the kind of affection you saw between them?
Lyle seemed to take care of Eric, I would say.
Pardon me?
Lyle would seem to, in my memory, to take care of Eric.
And did he hug him and do things that brothers do with each other at that age?
Yes, they,
Object to the question is a little vague, what brothers do, that is.
Overall.
they played together, and I'm quite frequently. Lyle talked to Eric quite frequently.
Now, did you ever see either of the two parents discipline the brothers in front of you, or was the discipline done outside of your presence?
Discipline wasn't done in our presence. Was it done in our presence? Yes. They were sent. It was done in our presence if they were in trouble. Yes. They were sent to their room. Not, I mean, in our presence, but
All right, so the discipline was to send them to their room. Is that correct?
in most occasions.
And did you ever see the parents talking to either one of them in front of you about what they'd done wrong?
Yes, you knew what they would tell you what you did wrong, or
And would that precede them being sent to their room?
or just being yelled at.
Okay. I believe you indicated that there was control over what was eaten. Is that correct?
Yes.
The kinds of foods that were recommended or that you were told to eat, was that junk food or was that healthy food? Or how would you describe the kind of food that they told you to eat?
It varied. I mean, if you wanted a snack, they would give you if you wanted a dinner, you got what it regarded everything.
All right, but what I'm getting at is, were they making you eat potato chips and Coca-Cola? Or
When we didn't want to? I'm sorry.
That's okay. Were you know the difference between junk food and healthy?
Yes.
Okay. Was the kind of food that the parents were making you eat, was it the kind of food that's healthier, or was it the kind of food that was junkier?
I would say healthier.
Were you aware of, you talked about the fact that Eric stuttered. Did he stutter always, or was it just on occasion?
On occasions, if I remember correctly.
Your Honor, I'm having a real hard time hearing.
I'm sorry.
Okay, we'll have the last question and answer read back, and then let's see if we can move that mic a little closer to you.
I will try.
Also, try to speak up a little bit.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Were you aware that he did go to a speech pathologist at some point?
No, I was not aware of that.
But it was not it didn't happen every time he spoke, is that correct? He didn't stutter every time he spoke? Not
that I can remember, no.
I believe you've testified about some photographs that were taken. You've identified various ones. Did Mrs. Menendez take a lot of photographs or only on special occasions, or do you recall the frequency of how she took them?
I don't remember their frequency, no.
After the summer of 1976, when you returned home, when was the next time that you saw any of the four of the Menendez family?
Together?
Yes.
I don't remember.
Did you spend any period of time with them, like say more than a day or two after 1976?
No.
Did you ever speak to any of them on the telephone between 1976 and 1989?
I want to say on probably one or two times, but specifically I don't remember.
All right, but so during that 13-year period, it would have been very rare, would that be fair to
Yes,
say?
yes.
And so you have no personal knowledge of what the family was doing during that period of time, because personal knowledge meaning you saw or heard.
That I saw and heard personally? No.
Yes, all right. After the deaths of the parents, did you come out to California?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to object this is irrelevant and beyond the scope.
Objection sustained on the lettergram.
So when was the last time before the parents' deaths that you had actually seen either Mr. or Mrs. Menendez?
Kitty came to California, I don't remember when, with one of the boys, and I don't remember which one. And I saw her briefly one afternoon.
Do you know how many years or months it was before her death that you saw her?
Three or four, probably, years.
All right, thank you very much. I have nothing further with this witness.
Redirect examination.
You were talking about the fact that Diane was treated differently than you, is that right?
Yes.
And you made your response was that you weren't jealous of that or resentful, but that you just took care of yourself.
Yes.
And what did you mean by that? What was taking care of yourself in that house?
For myself, it was so I wouldn't get in trouble.
But what would you do?
I was quiet, or on occasions I would go to my room if I thought there was going to be a conflict.
The trips that you made, excuse me, the day trips to New York and to Washington, were these just so everybody could have a good time, or did they have another purpose?
They were teaching experiences too. She would teach us about the monuments and the paintings at the museums, or we went to the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, and she taught us what that meant.
Okay. So were these educational trips then?
I would say both, yes.
Okay. Were they more designed for pleasure and the education was incidental, or more designed for education and the pleasure was incidental, or equal?
Probably equal.
You were asked about smoking. Did you ever smoke in front of the boys?
No.
When you described what would happen when Jose would come home in terms of people lining up at the top of the stairs, and that varied based on what he knew about what happened that day. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how would he know about what happened that day?
Direction calls rehearsal.
I'm just asking how he would know, not what he would know.
Well, if it's beyond her knowledge, it might very well call for hearsay, so let's rephrase the question.
Did you observe Kitty calling Jose regularly during the day to report what the boys were doing?
I wouldn't, well, not, if we did something, she would call him, and I knew that, yes. She told me.
And you were asked if you felt sorry for Kitty, and I think you said that you did when she was getting yelled at?
On occasions. Or, yes.
Go ahead. If you want.
Or sometimes when she was drifting.
Okay, and when you say drifting, you did the clenching of the fist?
Well, yeah, if I knew she was just like in a corner somewhere getting upset with something, sometimes I felt bad for her because I didn't know why she was getting upset. But then other times I didn't.
Other times you didn't like her for what she did to you. Is that fair to say?
Well, yeah, because of the way she yelled and belittled me.
Now, with regard to feeling sorry for her when Jose would yell at her, did this just happen once, or did it happen more than once?
That he would yell at her a few
Yes.
times.
And would this take place in the kitchen and just be one sentence, or would they be prolonged arguments, or what?
It depending on what happened. Sometimes it was short, and sometimes it was a little longer.
And would these be done in a public part of the house, or would they go to their room?
Sometimes in the room, sometimes in the kitchen.
When they were in their room, could you ever hear them through the door?
I could hear them. I don't remember what they said, though.
Right, but you could hear the voices. They were that loud?
Oh, yeah.
And were the boys in the home at the time that this was going on?
Yeah, we were usually watching TV in the other room.
You were asked about getting punished for smoking and not getting punished for breaking the glass. You remember that? Mm-hmm. Yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. And the distinction was made that one was intentional and one was accidental.
Yes.
Okay. Were you ever punished for things that you didn't intentionally do wrong?
Yes. I did that I didn't mean to do. I would get in trouble sometimes.
You were asked if you ever saw the boys hit.
Yes.
Where was punishment usually meted out in that house for the boys?
Where was it? It started in the living room and then ended up either in the living room or them going to the room.
Okay. And when it started in the living room, what kind of punishment would they be subjected to? It wasn't physical, I take it?
No.
What kind of punishment?
Just being yelled at and severely reprimanded
Okay. And then they were sent to their room.
on most occasions.
And did you have any idea what went on in that room?
No.
Were you allowed to get even close enough to that room to hear?
No, we weren't allowed down the hallway.
They threatening the boys with a belt or anything about that type of punishment?
The only thing I remember about a belt is the sound,
What do you mean the sound? You took your hands and pulled it apart.
the snapping sound. That's the only thing I can remember.
And who would do that?
Well, I want to say, and I shouldn't say assume, but Jose, but I can't remember.
Was it Jose's belt?
Yes, I would say so.
So is it fair to say the only memory you have is this sound?
I just remember the sound.
And was that a happy sound, a threatening sound, or?
Well, the snap of a belt isn't a happy sound, it's a threatening sound, but I just remember, I don't know why, the sound stands out in my mind. I don't know what for.
Do you think because it was frightening to you?
Probably.
You said that in terms of the interaction between Lyle and Eric, that you would see Lyle talk to Eric. Yes?
Yes.
And would Eric respond?
Yeah, they would have, talk about anything. I mean, like what was on TV or what to do, or yeah, they would have a conversation.
Okay. So the times when they're interacting, is that when the parents are around or when the parents are gone? This sort of easy kind of conversation.
Percentage-wise, I would say the parents or Kitty was out of the room.
And if one or more of the parents was in the room, was the mood different?
It was more quiet.
When you went to restaurants and they told you what to order, was it because you were asking to eat potato chips and drink Coke for dinner?
No. No, we didn't. No.
So what kind of food did you ask for? What kind of food did you want to eat?
Objection irrelevant.
I believe the district attorney asked the question, Your Honor, regarding...
Objections on the roll?
Yeah, I remember. I was told, we went to this one restaurant and Jose, I guess, liked caviar, and I didn't like caviar. And I didn't want to try caviar. I don't like fish. I've never liked fish in my life. And I was told I would try it.
And did you?
Well, yeah, I was told to try it.
Why wouldn't you just say, no, I don't like fish. I've never liked fish.
Because Jose told me to try it, that I didn't know, one didn't know what one didn't like without trying it.
But you knew you didn't like fish. Why didn't you refuse?
Because he told me to eat it and try it. I didn't. I tried it, and then I told him I didn't like it.
If he told you to do something, did you feel that you could refuse what he told you to do?
If I wanted to get in more trouble.
I have nothing further.